Hello everyone, Shriram here. I'm sure you're able to hear me, you can see me, and you can see my screen.
Hi Shriram, Sri Ganesh here. I
Hey,
can see you
Ganesh.
and I can listen to you.
Good to know.
I
Hey,
can see you too, Shriram.
hey, Pauline, thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Welcome to the session.
Thanks.
Okay, I can see Vikas. Hey, Vikas, Pradeep.
Yes, good
Hi
afternoon.
Shriram, Pradeep here.
Hey, Pradeep. Holstein is there. Hey, Holstein. Hey,
Good,
Tejas. Hey, Prabhu. Thanks for joining.
yes, good afternoon from Nigeria.
Hey, good afternoon. Hey, Jay. Thanks for joining. Hey, Prabhu. Good to see people are joining in. Let's give a couple of more minutes as I'm expecting a few more people to join.
Hi Shri, Prabhu.
Hey, Prabhu. Welcome to the session.
Thanks Shri.
Yep. So the people, I mean, the team just joined. So how things work out here? We will keep the mic in a mute mode, and we'll keep our videos in mute or off mode. So you can see me, you can listen to me, you can also see my screen. So that's how it's going to be. As we want to communicate, what we do is we use our chat window. I believe you can see the chat window in your Zoom. I know some of you are new to the Zoom. I'm just giving a hi hello to everyone. If you're not used Zoom, you can check this chat will pop up in the bottom where you can see the text which I'm typing there. So this is going to be a mode of communication, but still if you find hard for typing, you can open up your mic and speak with me, right? Why we restrict with the mic is sometimes the background noise will be very high. We're trying to reduce it. By the way, can someone confirm me? Is my audio clear? Or video and the screen sharing is clear?
Yes, it's good.
Fantastic. Great. Good to know. Good to know. And yeah, there are some good leaders joined recently for today's batch. Welcome you. And in fact, this batch has started last week. So it is in a week we passed through. And the people, the team members who joined recently would have gone through the first day video. If not, you can go through later this session where you can get an idea of what we discussed last week. And also we had some assignment session went on for a week. In the WhatsApp group, it was very busy. And I can see the leaders started writing every day. I just want to get a feel of it. How was it? Was it good or was it recalling your school days?
Yes, sir. After writing after a long time.
Uh-huh. Good. Good. Was it, did you find your handwriting looks so great today? Okay, generally, how much of time it taking for you to write? If I want to, if you want to say it takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. That's good, Tejas. Good to know. Some people went in 5 minutes. That's good. Okay, I can see some people are record holders. Uma Shankar says 5 minutes. That's good, fast, Uma Shankar. I think you use the short note, short form, right? Rather writing the full script, you may write in a short form. Yeah, got it. See, when I practice for the examination, what I was doing is I used to write every day for nearly 2.5 months. And sometimes I felt, am I doing something crazy? But I'll tell you, it was so effective. Even today, I remember all the process what I went through. Even today, I have a habit of writing it. For example, I may have a sheet here. Oh God, I just thrown the sheet out. So I keep writing it every day, and sometimes it feels crazy, but I tell you, it gives benefit. I'm just looking at my sheets. Oh yeah, here it is. Maybe I'm not sure how visible it is. You can see I just put a sheet here. I have cleared PMP 4 years back, 3 years back. I'm still writing it, right? If you feel that it is not, it's a time-killing process, I'll tell you it's a useful process. And again, recently I'm working on something called Agile, that is a safe Agile. And it's an architecture diagram. I draw the whole architecture. It may take 25 minutes for me, but I'll tell you now, without seeing anything, I can remember what's happening there. And I always believe the more you write, the more you remember. It could be even your personal goals. It could be your personal habits. If you write every day at least a note telling that I'm well and fit person, I'm earning this much of dollars, I'm so disciplined. As you keep writing every day, what happens is this content gets conscious mind. And if you read about the books of conscious and subconscious mind, as I read in psychology, it says that the more you educate your subconscious mind, you work systematically. It is something like learning, swimming, or cycling, which goes to your subconscious mind and automatically do certain things, right? It happens. And why I put this topic here in PMP is one of the beautiful subject which everyone has to learn. Project management. Project management is not for corporate life. It is for your personal life also. You should know how to handle your personal life. That's purely a project management. The moment you wake up in the morning and night you go to the bed, it's one project per day. If you know how to handle this 12 to 13 hours effectively, you are amazing, right? So the same thing if you do with the n number of people in a corporate life for a number of dollars, that's going to be called as project management. If not, I feel everything what you do, it's about project, right? Anyway, we'll go step by step. Yeah, sounds good. And let me check out how many people have joined. Yeah, we have a bunch of people joining in. Hey, three, thanks for joining. Okay, I know a couple of people are from late time now. I know Abhiram is from very late. Abhiram, what's the time there now? It should be about middle of the night. And I know a couple of them from Singapore. It should also be a little late for you. I appreciate your commitment to join. Okay, that's great. Because every day is not our operations, every day is a new day. It's a project. Okay, just a minute. Okay, sounds good. Let's get in. Okay, so what are things we're going to do today? And let me see, is everyone there? If so, we'll get started. Okay, yeah, I can see good names coming. Ramesh is there, Swapnil, Varun, Vikas, Pradeep. Okay, good names are there. Thanks for joining, and I can expect more people to join. Okay, so how things are going to happen. So today what we're going to learn, we're going to primarily learn two knowledge areas of project management, which is called stakeholder management and communication management. For the benefit of the people who joined today and also to recap certain content, so what I do is I'll just recall some information from what we learned before. Right. Now, what we do is I have a couple of videos to share. I have some of the content to share. I have some of writings to share with you. So be attentive in this video. Of course, you can listen later, not wrong. I mean, you may get the recorded videos, you can listen later also. But as always, live is good, right? Then what's the purpose of coming live learning? You have to sit and listen to it. Also, have pencil, papers next to you. Keep note on some points. It's one of the good habits which I have seen when I worked with some of the top leaders in the big companies. I worked in Fortune 12 company for some years, where when I work close with some of the leaders, they have a habit of taking notes. You may think that we have digital, we have laptops, we have mobile, but I'll tell you, paper, pen, pencil are more powerful than your laptop or mobile, right? Because you are writing it down. When you write it, you connect it well. Like what you did in this 49 process sheet. As you've written every day, by now things are so clear. I believe everybody written through pencils, no Xerox copy there. I trusted you. Okay, so the point is have a paper pencil with you, start writing down then and there, that's good for you. So now what I do is I want to give a recap of what we learned last week. So that will help much of us. So quickly I'll share a whiteboard. Can someone confirm the whiteboard is visible for you? Okay, I'm getting good stuff there. Okay, thanks all for replying. Okay, some of you may be in the mobile phone, and Pauline, maybe you can come to the public chat. It'll be easy. Maybe you are in the private chat now. If you throw any question, people can see that question also. So it can come to private, public. Right. So now, point is today we're going to talk about some of the PMP questions, and we're going to see how these questions to be looked into. And again, in the WhatsApp group, I saw that people are interested sharing some questions and discussions are happening. Well and good. I appreciate it. And also some of the questions may be over your head because we're yet to cover the topic. So don't be worried. I couldn't answer it. We as a human tend to try to answer every question, but actually certain questions can be answered well when we read it properly, right? So allow your brain to accommodate some content, read some more content, digest it, look at in a corporate life what's happening, right? Because project management is not something started 10-20 years back. It is there in the industry for nearly 4,000 or 5,000 years. If anybody know about Egypt pyramid, they say that it is around 4,600 years old or 4,500 years old. And that's where the project management started. That's the stats on that. If for go to any country, you have one big amazing structure of historical record, which happened there, which is a project, right? So project is not something new. Project is happening for so many decades, centuries. It's going to happen again for another 100 years, 1,000 years. You are just a dot in that travel. So don't be so urgent to do certain things. Digest it properly. Even if you take time, but learn it to the depth. So that will make you to answer well and get a good understanding. That's very vital. Okay, I'm seeing some chats here. Let me check into it. Okay, thanks, Paul. Thanks for getting in. I should call us Pauline, right? Okay, thanks, Abraham. Thanks, Abraham, for joining. For people, I know we have around 7 or 8 countries. People are joined in this chat. Yeah, hey, Durga Prasad, thanks for joining. We have people from different countries here and different time zone here. First of all, I'd like to thank every one of you taking the effort to come here. It is not so easy because you will be in a different time zone. You would be on a different life cycle, right? You may be with the pressure at office or personal life, or can be promotion, can be a country change, can be a job change, can be some personal pressures, all will be there. So I respect each one of you spending each one of your minute here, and each one of you spending each one of your dollars, right? It's so valuable. So money and time, what you're going to give is so valuable. I respect the time what you're given here. The same respect I'll give the way you prepare and clear the examination, right? So my ultimate goal is to help you focus, move towards examination, clear it. And also in this network, we will have an opportunity to find a new job, right? We have a network of around 30 people in this WhatsApp group or 25 people in the WhatsApp group. We're going to share and get some opportunity which is available around, right? That's great. That's going to happen. I know. Okay, you are from Austria. That's good to know. Great. So what I want to show in the board, I want to just show in the board what all we touched last week. Last week we touched some basics about PMP exams. We touched something on framework. When I say framework, we understood there are 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas, and 49 processes. This we understood last week. Whatever I'm saying here, last week was just an heads up. We are yet to deep dive inside this big ocean. Okay, from today on, things are starting. And I always think that human brain take its time to learn. So we have a learning curve, step by step you are taking, like a first grade, second grade, third grade. So what I have put in my subject here is first 2 weeks or 3 weeks, it will be slow learning. And from that, it'll pick up. Right. So if you feel that first week I missed out, second week I joined a little late, that's okay, because we are just setting the ground now. But third week on, please don't miss it, because from there the subject is going to go very deep. We're going to have a lot of workshop going to happen, so we have to work closely. So first week, what we learned, framework we learned a little bit, then we learned organization structure, right? Yeah, we learned about something called portfolio. Then we learned something called program. Then we call something called project, right? This is all we learned on the last week. Little idea about what it is. The structure of it we learned. Then we learned something called enterprise environmental factors. Then we learned something called organization process assets. Enterprise environmental factors are things outside of the project, which can influence your project. Heavy rain in the construction point, it's going to be an enterprise environmental factor, which will impact your project. You cannot do anything. Rain will happen. Yeah, it is. Government policy change. It's an enterprise environmental factor. You can't do anything. You have to live with that. Two countries come to a war. All the projects are getting halted. You can't do anything. You have to stay with that. This is all EEF, outside your scope. But again, it has influence. As a manager, we should be aware of such factors. OPA, organizational process assets. Assets nothing but the lessons learned. The more and more you have lessons learned in your organization, the better your organization grows. That's why companies with the highest historical record, they grow faster. They get more opportunities. OPA. Anyway, we spoke about it. You too read about it in the books. There are a lot to read about it. I'm going to explain slowly. Then we learned something called talent triangle, right? You remember it? It has something called a business strategy. Then it has something called technical skills. Then it has something called leadership skills. Three items are there in the talent triangle. As a leader, as a manager, you should have a business strategy in your mind. If you are working in IT domain, you should know next 5 years what's going to happen in IT. Is it going to be artificial intelligence? Is it going to be something different on cloud segment? Is it going to be something else? You should know about it. If you're in the medical industry, you should know what is your domain going to happen in the next few years. What happened the last 40 years? You should know the historical record. You should know the future. If you're in sports, you should know what's the future of sports. If you're a musician, you should know what's going to happen in the music industry. You may ask me, why should I know that? When you want to be a leader, you should know what's going to happen. If you know that, your decision will be so perfect, close to the answers. What I mean by answers, a leader is a person who can see something which others cannot see. I'm repeating again, a leader is a person who can see something which others cannot see. That's why we follow the leaders, right? A leader can always show a path. How a leader can show a path? They have a vision, they have a visibility, they have a thought process. How this happens? Only when you know the domain, what you work will help you to grow. If not, someone will have a vision and you have to follow them. You have to decide, you want to be a follower or you want to be a leader. For that, business strategy is very, very, very vital, right? I think last week I was explained, you should read your company website. You should read your competitors' website. You should learn what they do, right? If you're an oil refinery domain, you should read a lot about oil refinery happening in the world, what they do, how they work, what is the failure points, what are the success points, what's the future of oil refinery. There you become a leader. That's very vital. And I spoke about technical skills. Technical talks about how do you handle stakeholders, how do you handle communication, how you do cost management, schedule management. These are some technical ingredients for a manager or a leader. Don't think technical means a technology. Technology is different, technical is different. Technical talks about how do you know what those factors to handle a project effectively. And the third one, I think I mentioned it. I even find people with this too. This too, I can find people in the market. But this area, the toughest area, people think that they are so good, but when you put them in a spot, when you put them in a situation, you will see their real face, right? You know your character when you are alone at your home, right? I know you, some of you would accept with me. When you're alone at home, you will see your real character. When you are in a new city alone, you will see your character, right? So how controlled you are, how much emotional balance you have, how much good your influencing abilities, communication abilities, right? Political awareness, these are called leadership skills. It's easy to comment about a leader, but when you want to be a leader, it's not that easy, right? But again, it's possible. So now PMP books are framed with these three topics. The whole book of PMP has a business strategy, technical skills, and leadership. The blend together, that is what you are going to learn in PMP. That is what the exam questions are. This is the reason PMP is highly famous. and every company is asking, we want a PMP qualified person. The reason being is when you get PMP qualified, you will get the idea of business strategy, you will get the idea of technical skills, you will get the idea of leadership. So it's a framework. It's not a method. It's a framework. When you learn this framework, on top of that, you can learn Prince 2. You can learn Scrum. You can learn Agile. You can get Kanban. You can learn anything you want. These are all methods, but a framework is a basement. Tells that what and how to run an organization, how to be a leader, how to run a project. And then you can use any method of what I'm saying, Prince 2, Scrum, Agile, Kanban to implement it, right? I'll go deep later on this topic, but just want to give a heads up on it. These are the key areas which we spoke last week. And today, what we're going to do? Today, what I'm going to do, today I'm going to talk about some of the goals like stakeholder management, right? And then I'm going to talk about communication management, right? Now, what's happening here is these two are the backbone of any project. You should know who are involved in the project, how do we communicate with them. These two topics come in the bottom of the book. If anybody open the PMP book or any book, it will be the bottom, because on the top we have different other chapters. So why I go to that level, I'm going to explain you. Right? Quickly, I'll show you why I'm going to go to that level. I will use my pen. Yes, here's my pen. So now, if you go to the books, in the books, it would start first 3 chapters talks about basics. And next chapter, the 4th chapter on, it starts with integration management, right? And then from there, it starts traveling towards the last chapter, the 13th chapter, goes with stakeholder management, right? Someone can ask me, do I need to read in any particular order? In PMP book or any book, there is no specific order mentioned, telling that this is how you have to read. You can read in any order, because none of the project happens in a very sequenced way. Project can happen in a parallel way, and things can happen any direction, any point, right? So if it's going to be very sequential, then project management is going to be very smooth and easy. Then you and me will not get a job. Since it is very complicated, they are expecting you to learn it and become a master of it, right? Anyway, it's too early to talk about it. I'll come to that area a little later. Now let's get to today's topic. Before we go to today's topic, what I want to show you is, I want to show you some couple of videos about the project happening in the world. So let's do that, and then I'll get you there. Oh, okay. What I do, share my screen, and yeah. Okay, so just confirm me the moment you get the video visibility, then I'll take you to the next stage. Now I'm going to show you a video. Okay, can quickly someone confirm it? You are getting my video and the audio. I'm not getting the chat window. Just a minute. I'm trying to see the chat. Yes, okay, good. Thanks for confirming. So what I do is I will show this video. Just take a look of this video. Okay, this video I'll give a heads up. You can see here 2019 PMI project year. I mean the winner of the particular year. Every year the Project Management Institute PMI selects a project as a best project in the world, and they award them. So they were awarding some projects, and also there are some finalists or some of the semi-final, final things will happen. So I have a collection of some of the projects like that to show you how this project works. What is the ingredient of this project and what's the benefit of it? It's only 2 to 3 minutes of video. Why I show you this video is, you may be from different domain. Whenever you learn something in project management, don't attach only to that domain. Think something broad. Tomorrow you can change to new domain. Tomorrow you can find a new job, or in a big domain, you may be part of it. I'm going to show you a big construction project. In this project, you may be in IT, you may be in supplier, you may be equipment project manager. There are a lot of project management segments are there. So let's see project as a very broad. Let us not see only with the 4 to 5 people whom we work with every day. Your brain should open up and start seeing project as a so big segment, right? So let's listen to this video and then we'll come back.
Hurricane Katrina devastated New Orleans. In a matter of hours, 80% of the storied city was underwater. Once the storm surge receded, the recovery work began. For the Department of Veteran Affairs, or VA, that meant rebuilding the healthcare system in Southeast Louisiana to care for roughly 40,000 veterans. The Congress authorized a $1 billion project to build a 1.6 million square foot regional referral center.
Of course, a big part of the equation was to work with the community, to understand what veterans wanted in their brand new Veterans Medical Center.
So the project team turned to focus groups. They asked veterans and their families to share their hopes and fears up front, and then went back to the groups to validate the designs each step of the way.
We tried to make sure that anyone who would be impacted in any way had a say.
But to deliver the 10-year project on schedule, the team had to get the sequencing right, and that required a unified organizational structure. Centralized decision-making and documentation allowed the team to respond quickly when things went wrong, like when a broken pipe flooded 4 floors only 3 months before a building was scheduled to open.
We were actually able to shift our schedule to activate floors that were not flooded in lieu of those that had been while the repair work was going on. And even though we experienced that, it was significant. It did not delay our activation. We probably on time for our very first service.
In its first 18 months, the facility completed more than 500,000 outpatient appointments, more than 1,000 surgical procedures, and delivered roughly 10,000 days of inpatient care. And the project's value doesn't end with healthcare that it provides veterans. The new hospital is also designed to help the city's residents weather future storms.
Our exterior walls are built to withstand 130-mile-an-hour winds. All of our critical mission systems are at least 20 feet above mid-sea level. The facility is set up to support 1,000 occupants for 5 days without having the benefit of water or electricity.
And the VA gives back in the good times too. At full capacity, the new facility employs more than 3,000 people. Combined with its state-of-the-art research center and its partnerships with leading medical schools, the project is helping to position New Orleans as an up-and-coming bioscience corridor.
This project gave the New Orleans community hope. It was a culmination of the promise that was made that New Orleans would survive, that the federal government would not let it just go.
Okay, thanks for listening to this video. Can someone tell me, was it a small or it's a big project happened around? Can someone tell me how many years the project went on? If you listen well there. Big project, yeah, it's a massive project. Yeah, good, you all observed well, it's a 10 years, right? And why I show this project is, this project won the Best Project Award. Why they say best project? I think they're done within the time and within the budget, if you observe well. And a project happens with budget and with timeline, with material resources, and with some value as an output, right? And how to do that? Yeah, I can see Abhiram is saying that within time, centralized decision team, right? So it's something like, it's a flawless execution. Yes, whatever you guys are saying, everything's right. Now, point is, you may be asking me, Shriram, do you think only this project done that way? So rest all are not doing it? I will show you something you'll be very shocked to know. When I say show, I'll write it down. If I'm saying that in this world, let's say 100 projects are starting on the same time, the world record says that around 75% of the projects are failing every year. What do you mean by 75% of failing? They could not meet the project in time. They could not do the project within the cost. They could not complete the value which the customer is looking for, right? Or something on the quality factors they fail. And what happened is that sometimes we would have spent most of our time, let's say if I worked in the industry for 18 years, I would have spent 10 years of my life working in this kind of projects. And I would think that this is what project management is. Then I start arguing with the PMP or Prince or some methodology, telling that it's a crap, man. Why you guys are teaching classes? Why you guys are doing certification? I can do project. I'm into project management for the last 20 years. If I ask them the back the question, do you know that your project was successful? Is it given value to the customer? Was the quality is good? Have you done within the time? I most of the time get the answer that, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of it. I was middle of the project, I joined, and I came out of the project before it got completed. Or it went to the production, which I'm not aware what's happening after that, right? And this is what called understanding business strategy, right? Now, what happened is when we were worked in this 75% of the project, chances are there we may think that's project management. And now what happened next? And the world says that nearly 25% of the projects are getting successful. I'm giving a bigger number. There are the lesser number also there. So 25% of the projects successful means they have some ingredients, they have some principles which they are following to be successful. Now, the certifications, whatever you learn, it could be anything. I'm not saying any one name. Maybe since we are learning PMP, I'm saying that this ingredient is taken into PMP. This PMP group is traveling to 200 countries, talking to hundreds and thousands of domain to understand what makes this 25% of project successful. That ingredient goes to PMP, right? That is the reason when you read the books, sometimes you feel this content is over your head because we would have worked here. I'll be honest, some of the projects I worked in this area, the failure project, right? And I thought that's management. But when I read the books, I understood that, oh man, there is a system in place. There is a process in place which need to be followed. If not, there is a chance of failure going to happen. And that's how it is. And how to implement it, that we learn later. First, we understand the concepts of project management, right? That's what we're going to do. Okay, anyway, that's one point I want to put. And I'm sure many of you were writing this sheet regularly. If I say sheet, sorry. Okay, is this the sheet you all writing every day? I believe you all follow the same sheet. I don't think you went beyond this. Okay, many of you follow this. Great. And this is a sheet I think many of you got within a few seconds or some minutes. You got the details, right? Now, point is how you understood this flow. That I want to take a look. Now, when I say flow, if you look at this sheet, this is a primary sheet of project management book, and where here they talk about something on 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas. If you look at here, just a minute, I'll pull this sheets down. Okay, if you go to PMP books, people are joined today and people joined from the last batch. This is where we're going to start about PMP learning. From here on, we're going to learn to the subject. Until now, until the last week, you're learning only the heads up on the high level. Now we are going to start learning the subject. When I say subject, PMP books talks, there is something called initiating the project. There is something called closing the project. And you have to plan a project, you have to execute the work, and you have to monitor and control. These are the 5 processes followed in any project in the world. You take it any. It can be software mobile application. It can be a bridge construction. It can be a birthday party. It can be a surgery. Anything will have an initiation, planning, execution, monitor and control, and closing, right? If I take this 8 days of class training, we initiated at least a month before how we are going to run this training. At least we had a thought. ShriLearning will start working a month before how we are going to do this. And we made a plan draft how we are going to do that. You all enrolled into the system and execution started last Saturday. And we keep a monitor and control. Is this thing going better? Do we need any adjustments? Do we need any control on that? We keep a watch on it. And every day we close a phase of it. If I say 8 days is our training, every 1 day is a phase. On the 8th day is the close of the project. It's my 8 days of training. For you, completing PMP certificate is a project. You started working with me from last Saturday. You may work for 2 months. That's a project for you. The day when you see Prabhu PMP, that becomes, okay, I got it. Yeah, because PMP, you said, hey, I got it. That's a project success. That's what we do it. So any project will have a start, will have an end. Now that's a good story to listen. Now, how do you do it? Okay, Shriram, I know every project has a start and an end. But how do you do it? You should have knowledge. When I say knowledge, the ideas, the skills in certain areas. What do you mean by certain areas? The area talks about scope, the requirement of the project. You should know what's the requirement of the project. You should know what's the timeline of the project. You should know what's the cost of the project. And this is called as triple constraint: scope, schedule, cost. It's very famously known as a triple constraint. Why they call it as constraint? If you touch one, others will also impact. If I add one more requirement, timeline will add another one more month. Dollar will get another $100 added. This is how things keep moving up. Now, apart from these three, we have few more constraints, few more information to take on. So what I'm going to do is, instead of showing this chart, I'm going to take you through a whiteboard and explain you a flow once, and then I'm going to take you to the stakeholder management. Okay, what I do, I'll share the whiteboard and try to help you out. So what I do here, I will put initiation, and then I have something called planning, then I have execution, then I have, let me put it here, I have monitor and control, then I have close. Okay, so this is the 5 process groups in the top. How to make the work happen? I will tell you a story which happens in a day-to-day life in the project management or any company. It can be any industry, any domain. So don't get carried away by the domain. Now, let's say there is a customer here. Okay. I know the customer looks very thin and poor guy. Let him be that way. So this customer is looking out in the market, something he or she want to buy, to get it, something they're searching for. Now there is a sales team in your corporate. Just a minute, something is coming up. Let me see what is that. As always. Okay. Now let me put it as a customer here. Hey, I'm not a good guy to draw well, so my picture will be very bad. Don't feel about it. So we have something called sales team here. Okay, this sales team will pitch in the market. They use the word pitch. They pitch in saying that, hey, we have such a product. Would you like to buy it? Customer will come and ask, hey, would you like to have something like this? A discussion happens. When both mutually agree that, yes, I want this apartment, I want this villa, I want this software, I want this eatable product, I want this water bottle, I want this model of remote control, I want this mobile, something happens in the market. The moment that agreement comes into picture, your company CEO or director or portfolio manager will come into picture. Let's take this as CEO, right? Now the customer and this guys spoke each other. They felt it's good to go. The moment they both discussed, they signed something called SOW. Can someone tell me what is SOW? Can someone give a hint of what is SOW? Okay. Scope of work, statement of work. Okay. Majority of people are correct there. It is called statement of work. It is a legal document between the customer and your company. Customer and your company make a legal document. What do you mean by legal? Tomorrow anything doesn't go well, you can take to the court. Okay, that's a statement of work. When this is done, statement of work will not happen overnight. Before doing a statement of work, your CEO will reach out to you to give you something called prototype. Hey guys, can you give me some prototype, or give me some business case? How this project is successful for us? Will it give us ROI? What is the net present value? Right? This all should be the first 3 chapters of a book. We are not worried about how much the project is going to win. That's not part of PMP. So don't worry about that part. For your understanding, now this group the prototype all would have happened, or your company already will have a pamphlet or template or what all they do. And now a SOW getting signed. SOW is a statement of work. When this is getting signed and this segment gets over, from here, it will come to this part and it is called as project charter. I'm sure you all written this develop project charter on every day when you return the 49 process sheet. The charter is a starting point of your project. What do you mean by starting point? Now, your company gives you an authority to do a project in the company. It is a charter. Charter is a one-page document, which I'll show sometime later, which will tell you high-level information about the project, high-level assumptions of the project, high-level risk of the project. This is all we explained there, but it is not a legal document, right? Pauline, I'll come there. Customer and stakeholder both are same. Anyway, I'm going to talk about stakeholder management sometime. Please hold on for that. So now this is charter is the starting point of your project. Once you get the starting point, you give that and you work with the team for planning. In this planning area, we are going to do something called as triple constraint, which is called as scope, schedule, cost. And you're going to work out on the quality. We are going to work out on the risk factors. We are going to work out on the resource factors. We are going to work out on the communication of the project. We are going to work out on the procurement of the project, right? When this all happening, it's a continuous process. Don't think it will happen overnight. If your project is a very predictive nature project, as I said last week, predictive means you upfront know that what needs to be done. If your project is a predictive nature project, your planning will be done 90%, or it can even be 100%. A government comes with the agreement that we'll do a bridge construction. The government is very clear that a bridge is going to be 10 miles stretch. It's going to be, this is a height, this is a width, this is a number of pillars. Everything is clear. So when everything is clear, they do the scope, schedule, cost, risk, resource, communication. They do everything upfront and they start the work. And they'll give to the team starts working. And this is the place the team starts working. But if your project is an adaptive nature project, what do you mean by adaptive? It's called iterative, incremental, agile projects. If that's the case, you will not do all this planning upfront. You will do in a small chunk. You will do only 20% of planning. After 2 months, you will do another 30% of planning. After 4 months, again, you will do another 40% of planning. This is how you do. It's called iterative and incremental. You do it, right? Now, don't worry about this segment. This segment is something on deciding the method of implementation. Now, our focus should be, as you customer and you have a deal, a SOW came in, a SOW becomes a charter. A charter helps us to design the planning of all this process, and this will allow us to make our team to do the work. And this is the place we spend 31% of our time in project. I'm sure many of you see the 31% there. In exam, we get a 62 questions in this area, right? Let's not go to exam now, but at least I'll give an idea that 31% of your work happens here. And this is an area many of you work in your life. You may called as a project manager, you may called as a delivery manager, but unfortunately, you would have been done only execution of the project. Someone would have initiated, someone would have planned it, they would have given you Excel sheet, Word document, Jira board, MS project, Primavera. They tell you, hey Shriram, can you do this? I will tell, I will do this and I'll do it. Now, if you've done only this part, you are not a project manager. You are only an executor. A project manager is a person who understands from the beginning till the end of the project. This is also one of the reasons when you go to PMP exams, you get confused because we lived only this area, right? I'm not saying everyone, few of them like that. Now, by the way, I'm just giving a flow for you to understanding purpose. In everything here, I'm going to explain step by step. Here today is just to give a heads up to you. Now, when the team is working, the team will start giving something out. The something is called as deliverable. Deliverable. Sorry, bad writing. So deliverable starts coming up. Deliverable can be tangible, intangible. Let's take a deliverable, something like this mobile phone comes out. The first time they design a mobile phone like this. A SOW being signed, a charter came in, The team worked out they have to come with a 5.5 screen and RAM should be 2 GB, camera should be this. They designed it, the first design. They did it, a deliverable came out. A deliverable coming out, I have to give back to my customer. The customer is the guy here, right? I have to give to this guy. Before giving to the customer, I have to check it, is it really working as specified? For that purpose, we have a quality department in the company, right? And this quality department will check this deliverable and make it as verified deliverable. They make it as a verified deliverable. Let me change the color to make it easy to understand. Now, a deliverable become a verified deliverable the moment your quality department checks it. I'm sure many of you would have seen a sticker, quality OK, in your mixer grinder, in your iron box, in your, sometimes the car, sometimes in the bike. Have you seen quality OK? Can anybody remember recent days you saw quality OK, green color round sticker? Have you seen it? Oh yeah, some people have seen it. Good to know that. So if you see that sticker, that's nothing but the quality department of that company has verified is that working as specified, right? The moment this is done, the next stage is it has to move to the customer. The customer movement is called validate scope. I'm sure some of you are writing this sheet for our last 5 days. You would have seen something called validate scope. And this is the area the customer verify it. And it is also called as, I'm sure you all would have learned and known this name. It's also called as UAT. What is UAT stands for? Can someone tell me? Good, some of you seen it. What is UAT stands for? User acceptance testing. Amazing, great, that's right. User acceptance testing. Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Ipaka. I know this all you are aware of it. This is user acceptance testing. Once a user acceptance testing is done, it is called as accepted deliverables. Once it is accepted deliverables, the project is closed. I know some of you would have got the concept, some of you would have gone over it. It's okay. You can re-listen this video again, you'll get a flow. I want to show the flow how the PMP program is set up. The program is set up like this, as it will start with the charter and then the planning happens depending on the predictive way or adaptive way, and we'll give the work to the team will keep working. When the team keep working, we'll do monitoring control of that. How do you monitor and control? You will see how the deliverables are coming up. You will do the quality check on the deliverable. If things are good, we will give to the customer. The customer will check it. If it is UAT accepted, it's closed. This is how things work out. This is a big picture of PMP content. But now we should learn one by one on this area, how the scope works, how the schedule works, how the cost works, risk, how it works, how do we monitor. This is the ingredient we are going to learn step by step. This is called as framework. Above this framework, we will start building the projects, right? I think I gave some idea here before I go to the subject. Is it giving some idea for the people? Maybe you can re-look at the video again. As you look at the video, you'll get more clarity. Okay, can I move to the next session? Okay, thanks for that, Prabha. I know for the people who joined for the first time today, maybe some of you will not get the speed of language of what I'm speaking, or maybe the content could be little high because last week we learned certain content. You can look at the video again and catch it up, right? I'm going a little slow in the way I'm explaining you because on third week on, we'll increase the speed. I know that we have around 8 different countries people here, so I don't want to speed up certain thing and lose the content, right? For me, making you to understand to the depth is very important, and that helps us to get the certificate very smoothly. Now, without further delay, I have to get you to the next stage. Before I go to the next stage, I want to show you some factors. Ramesh is asking, UAT varies according to the industry. We call it as F18 SAT. Is that right? Correct, Ramesh, you are right. UAT is an industry standard. Each company has its own process name. Nothing to worry about it. End of day, customer will check it. See, I go that. For example, take it this way. I'm taking my car to give for a service. I go to the service center and give my car, telling that, hey, you know what? My car has a auto cooling system problem. My car has a touch screen not working well, right? And they say that, sir, we'll fix it in 2 days. And I say that they give me a job card. In the job card, it is written that auto cooling not working and touch screen is not good. And they mark it out only when this is completed, the customer will take back the car. Right. 2 days pass by. I'm getting a phone call. Shriram, your car is ready. Can you pick it up? I'm going to the center. When I go to the center to take my car, what happens is the engineer tells that, sir, the auto cooling system problem is fixed and your touchscreen is good now. I'm asking, how do you say that? They said, sir, our internal testing engineer have tested it. And that is nothing but quality check here. And did I say quality check? This quality check talks about internal check. They check it. The guy will drive the car, see everything is good, and they check the touch screen, auto cooling system, and then they will give the car to me. And this engineer asked me, sir, can you check it once? Can you drive and see how things are? If I do that, that's called UAT. If I'm happy with all the features, I will tell that, okay, it's working as I expected. So I'll pay $20, $30, $40 and take my car back home. If not, I'll tell that, hey guys, it's not working, man. I asked you to fix the cooling system, but it's not working. It will go back to the team. Team has to do the work. I'm just giving a thought what do you mean by UAT, right? Anyway, that's a little more subject. We have to go furthermore. Good. Thanks so much, Shankar. Thanks for the information. So what we'll do is I will quickly take to the next stage of learning. Now, what's the next stage? Next stage is I'm going to talk about stakeholder management. Before I do that, I want to share you. Sorry, yeah, this is great. Okay, some more chat is going on. Let me see what they're speaking in the chat. Okay, great. Now, sometimes my mouse don't behave to me. Okay, here. Okay, now what I did with the white screen is I made you to understand. Rather putting it here, it would be too much of confusion. So I put in the white screen. Now, if I want to tell you again what it is, I will show you this way. Why my pen is not coming? Okay. Okay, here it goes. I'll kill this guy. I'll share the screen. Okay, here it goes. Now, I want to show that in the real picture of PMP. Okay, for some of you, PMP would be a cakewalk because you would have worked all this process in a day-to-day life. Some of you are very new to the management. Please observe here. What's happening is what I showed there is the same in the whiteboard which I showed you, the 5 process groups here. And the 10 knowledge areas are here. And you can ask me, Shriram, without this 10 knowledge areas, can you do that? You can, but the chance of success is going to be a little question mark. Whereas if you go by this process, the chances of success are very high because this essence is taken from top 25% of the winning project in the world, right? Now, what happened is these 3 are called as triple constraints: scope, schedule, cost. And you will see here quality, resource, and one more is there, risk. These 3 are called as another 3 constraints. So we have 3, another 3. When I say 3, quality is a constraint, resource is a constraint, risk is a constraint. What do you mean by constraint? A constraint is something which you don't handle properly, it can derail your project. You have to always have a close watch on that part. Right? That's about constraint. Now, what about other factors? We have something called communication, we have something called stakeholders, we have something called procurements. What is procurement? Procurement is always a third party. In any of your project, you'll always have some third party playing a role in your project. For example, we are taking 8 days of session here. It's not everything owned by us. ShriLearning has certain part of it. For example, internet provider is a third party, isn't it? Without their support, I can't run this project. Do they have direct involvement? Yes, they have it. But are they aware of it? They are not aware of it. But we are using them. But how do you keep them informed? How do you make this happen well? That's procurement. Procurement is involving third party in your project to make your project move smoothly. I'll explain more as I go deep inside. Now, for your understanding purpose, you should have knowledge in these 10 areas, right? Okay, this is the 10 areas you should have knowledge. And this 10 area knowledge is going to help you to do the project. I was showing in a whiteboard something called project charter. This is what a charter all about. And you're going to do the planning here. The planning can be 100% planning if you are a predictive project. If it's an adaptive project, it can be 30% of the planning. This is what we do, right? I do work in a Scrum team. I do work in a safe programs. They do small chunk of decision making. because IT industry don't expect to have the requirement so much frozen. It will be keep on changing the requirement. A bridge construction will not change every day. A bridge is a bridge. That's it. Little bit here and then it will change. Nothing will change on suddenly. A climatic condition can make some change. If not, it's going to be the same, right? So now you will give to the team. Here is your team. Your team will do the work here. When team do the work, they'll give the deliverable that will go to control quality. I think I say at the whiteboard, deliverable. Deliverable go to control quality. When they give control quality, it will go back to the customer here. And this is where we have UAT, which is called as validate scope. And then once all good, we'll close the project. If you get little information in this page, I'm happy. If you don't get any information, you got only 0, that's okay. Because it's only initial stage. Slowly we get it. The primary reason of making you to write the 14 process sheet every day to get a grip of it. Can someone tell me who are writing the 14 process sheet every day? Are you getting connected now? Is there any meaning the way you're listening now? Okay, okay. I can give some inputs. Okay, sounds good, sounds good. Thanks, Rod. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, good. Good. See, for some of you who work core project management, you will get it just like that. For some of you who are only the top level or some of you not fully involved, it will take little time. So don't worry that if you don't get it, but it is possible. You can get it, right? That's a message here. Okay, that's great. Great to know. Now, what I do is I will take to the area what today we're going to learn. Today, we are going to learn something called stakeholder management, right? And there are certain questions. What is stakeholder? We will learn it. And we are going to learn the communication management. Both are relatively small subject when I compare to this area. This is a big area, which we are going to learn next week. This week, we are going to learn this 2 area, very small, but again, very important. Every project will have some stakeholders. Every project will have some communication channel happening. Let's learn this step by step. Okay, now so far last 1 hour, I'm setting the ground for you because I know some of you newly joined today. So I don't want to keep you in so much worried state. So I try to give a recap of certain things. Now let's go to the main subject. Before I go to the main subject, I want to share you a video so that you'll get some clarity of what I'm going to talk. Where is my stuff? Here it is. All right, I will go with the videos. I will go with, okay, let's listen to a case study. I know I'm stopping again. Can someone tell me quickly, is the video audio is good? Because sometimes I lose the audio track here. Fantastic, thanks all, thanks all, thanks all. We'll go. Let's listen to this video once.
This is an airplane engine. It's sitting in a field of Shriram in Ethiopia, part of the wreckage of Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302, which crashed on March 10, 2019. 157 people died. This was just a few months after another flight, the Lion Air 610, crashed in Indonesia and killed 189 people. These two flights were operating the same plane, the Boeing 737 MAX 8. And its engine is the key to understanding why this particular plane has caused so many problems. But there's nothing actually wrong with this engine. In fact, airplane manufacturers race with them out of new planes. That's where the problem started. The two biggest airplane manufacturers in the world are Airbus and Boeing, and they have a fierce rivalry. If one of them can offer a better plane, the other can lose a lot of money. That's exactly what was about to happen in 2010. Airbus announced that they would update their most popular model, the A320, a single-aisle airplane that services many domestic flights. You've probably been on it. For this new plane, Airbus had a big update. It would have a new kind of engine. It was much larger than the previous engine, but it would make the plane 15% more fuel efficient. And just as importantly, this upgrade wouldn't change the plane that much. A pilot could walk into the new model with a little additional training and be on the way. It was called the A320neo, and it would save airlines a lot of money. This was a problem for Boeing. To compete with Airbus, Boeing's obvious move was to upgrade the engine on their single-aisle plane, the 737. But there was one issue. Here's a sketch of the 737 next to the Airbus A320. be slightly higher, and it would fit on their 737s. Here's a promotional video of that updated 737 in the air. You can actually see that the top of the engine is above the wing. Boeing called this model the 737 MAX. And just like Airbus with the A320, Boeing said that their new plane was so similar to its predecessor that pilots would only need minimal additional training. The 737 MAX became the hottest selling plane on the market, and it helped Boeing keep up with Airbus. Except moving the engine up on the 737 had a side effect. When the 737 MAX was at full thrust, like during takeoff, the nose tended to point too far upward, which would lead to a stall. This was a problem because these planes were supposed to behave exactly like the old ones, so Boeing came up with a workaround. Instead of re-engineering the planes, they installed software that automatically pushed the nose downward if the pilot flew the plane at too high of an angle. They call it the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS. But because Boeing was selling the 737 MAX as pretty much the same plane as the 737, they didn't highlight the new MCAS system. Many pilots only got a 2-hour iPad course before entering the cockpit for the first time. And the training material didn't mention the MCAS software. In 2018, several American pilots complained to the federal government that the 737 MAX was suddenly nosing down. On October 29, 2018, Lion Air Flight 610 took off from Jakarta. In the flight report, which shows the plane's altitude over time, you can see that the plane was in full thrust during takeoff. But at a certain point, the nose of the plane kept lurching downward. The pilots couldn't figure out why this was happening. The captain asked the first officer to check the quick reference handbook. They couldn't find the solution. The pilots continued to fight with the MCAS. The plane struggled to gain altitude. Reports show it was likely because the computer was getting incorrect sensor data, pushing the plane toward the earth below. 12 minutes after takeoff, the plane crashed into the Java Sea. In the Ethiopia crash, the report shows that the pilots were actually able to disable the MCAS, but it was too late to overcome the malfunctioning MCAS sensors. For now, nearly every 737 MAX 8 in service has been grounded, and the Federal Aviation Administration is facing scrutiny over how they rushed this plane through certification. Boeing's response has been to apply a software update that makes the MCAS less aggressive, while also saying they'll increase pilot training on how to turn it on. This problem started with the company's race to compete with its rival. It pushed them to pretend like their new plane behaved exactly like their old one. Even when it didn't.
Okay. Okay, I'm seeing some chat windows. Let me see. I can hardly get the wordings. A lot of breaks. Okay. Okay, some audio break was there. Let me see. What's the problem? Okay. Did everyone have the same problem? You can't listen to the audio? Okay. Same problem. Okay. I'm just put the audio share from the audio is low. Okay, try now.
He said, "We figured out a way to get a big enough engine under the wing." Their solution was to move up the engine on the wing.
That's good, right? Okay, don't mind. I'm going to play this again in 2 minutes so that we'll get back to the content. I don't want you to miss this main content. Let's proceed.
Other could lose a lot of money. That's exactly what was about to happen in 2010. Airbus announced that they would update their most popular model, the A320, a single-aisle airplane that services many domestic flights. You've probably been on one. For this new plane, Airbus had a big update. It would have a new kind of engine. It was much larger than the previous engine, but it would make the plane 15% more fuel efficient. And just as importantly, this upgrade wouldn't change the plane that much. A pilot could walk into the new model with little additional training and be on their way. It was called the A320neo, and it would save airlines a lot of money. This was a problem for Boeing. To compete with Airbus, Boeing's obvious move was to upgrade the engine on their single-aisle plane, the 737. But there was one issue. Here's a sketch of the 737 next to the Airbus A320. Notice how the 737 is lower to the ground than the A320. This meant Airbus could slide a new engine under the wing of their A320, but there wasn't enough room under the wing of the Boeing 737. But a few months later, Boeing's product development head had big news. He said, "We figured out a way to get a big enough engine under the wing." Their solution was to move up the engine on the wing so that it would be slightly higher, and it would fit on their 737s. Here's a promotional video of that updated 737 in the air. You can actually see that the top of the engine is above the wing. Boeing called this model the 737 MAX. And just like Airbus with the A320, Boeing said that their new plane was so similar to its predecessor that pilots would only need minimal additional training. The 737 MAX became the hottest selling plane on the market, and it helped Boeing keep up with Airbus. Except moving the engine up on the 737 had a side effect. When the 737 MAX was in full thrust, like during takeoff, the nose tended to point too far upward, which could lead to a stall. This was a problem because these planes were supposed to behave exactly like the old ones. So Boeing came up with a workaround. Instead of re-engineering the planes, they installed software that automatically pushed the nose downward if the pilot flew the plane at too high of an angle. They called it the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS. But because Boeing was selling the 737 MAX as pretty much the same plane as the 737, they didn't highlight the new MCAS system. Many pilots only got a 2-hour iPad course before entering the cockpit for the first time. And the training material didn't mention the MCAS software. In 2018, several American pilots complained to the federal government that the 737 MAX was suddenly nosing down. On October 29, 2018, Lion Air Flight 610 took off from Jakarta. In the flight report, which shows the plane's altitude over time, you can see that the plane was in full thrust during takeoff. But at a certain point, the nose of the plane kept lurching downward. The pilots couldn't figure out why this was happening. The captain asked the first officer to check the quick reference handbook. They couldn't find the solution. The pilots continued to fight with the MCAS. The plane struggled to gain altitude. Reports show it was likely because the computer was getting incorrect sensor data, pushing the plane toward the earth below. 12 minutes after takeoff, the plane crashed into the Java Sea. In the Ethiopia crash, the report shows that the pilots were actually able to disable the MCAS, but it was too late to overcome the malfunctioning MCAS sensors. For now, nearly every 737 MAX 8 in service has been grounded, and the Federal Aviation Administration is facing scrutiny over how they rush this plane through certification. Boeing's response has been to apply a software update that makes the MCAS less aggressive, while also saying they'll increase pilot training on how to turn it off. This problem started with the company's race to compete with its rival. It pushed them to pretend like their new plane behaved exactly like their old one, even when it didn't.
Okay, hope this time you got it. I know it's a replay for you guys. This time things are good. You're able to listen to the video. Okay, good. Okay, do you see this project implementation? There was some gap. I know you are working in different domains. You may not even think this as a project for you, right? But still, it is a project. It was a project, and there was some gap which made us to see some shoes like that, Hello Kitty back there. Somewhere something went wrong. Is there any clue? As if you are a manager, as a leader, if you think this, can you get a clue out of it where things went wrong? Okay. Shivayogi says a stakeholder communication gap is there. Varun says UAT. Communication to the pilots were bad. Tejas says that. Giri says that. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Training was not there. Okay. Part of it. Right. Develop the team. Was not good. Improper planning. Okay. Improper planning of communication. Sri Ganesh, can I tell that? Proper training schedule to pilots without proper material, including training. Yeah, Pauline, that's right. Training material was not clearly disclosed to pilots. Hurried design against competitor. Ramesh got the main core point. Hurried design. Okay. And communication execution, hasty implementation, right? Okay, you all got the point, what I want to say. This was a real thing. I'm sure many of you watched out in the news channels. Some of you may be indirectly impacted. It's so heart paining. There is one picture comes there, it says a Hello Kitty. A little kid, a girl or a boy. Because of our small mistake, because of our not proper involvement in the work, what we do, why should this little kid lose a life? Right? Maybe we are the one who developed that MCAS software. Maybe we are the one who approved that aviation, the particular engine. Maybe we are the one who took the responsibility to implement some chip in that particular engine, right? We don't know what we do. We are from different domains, but we are impacting someone's life somewhere. So this is the reason whenever I talk to some of the managers and leaders, I tell them that you should use this 4-letter word when you do your job. What is that 4-letter word? The word says love. Until you don't love the domain or a project, what you do, we won't have a disaster like this. Sometimes when I say people take me wrong as well, I tell them that many of the people just go to the job to get the salary, to pay the EMI, to buy a new home, to buy a new car. But few in this world go to a job, not as a job, as a passion. They are the one who's saving the world, right? So anyway, keeping the philosophy aside, when you look at as a leader, as a manager, you found that there is some stakeholder gap is there. There is some communication gap is there. And in project management, understanding who are the key stakeholders, understanding how well we are communicating them is very, very, very vital. It may be a small project, it may be a big project. Whatever it is, this is very vital. But how to do that? There is a system in place. There is a process in place. There are certain norms to be followed. That makes a project successful. Even today, some of the people argue with me, Shriram, we are living in an agile world. Do we need this documentation? Do we need this communication? It's going to be free mode. I will tell, no guys, it is needed. If not, you will see a disaster like this. You cannot do project hasty way. You need a system in place. Maybe some model of project needs minimal documentation, minimal communication, but not every project. You cannot play with the dam construction. You cannot play with the 8 hours kidney transplant surgery. For a surgery, it's a project, 8 hours with the doctor. The doctor should have everything placed properly. All the stakeholders are informed. Communication happening smoothly. All the material available systematically. You cannot do that in agile way. I will do on the spot. It will not work. Some of the model of the project needs agile way. Some of the project needs predictive way. There is a system, there is a process. If not, we cannot live with this management model for last 5,000 years. I'm requesting everyone to understand the basics, essence of management, then go to the methodology. Don't get driven by the methodology, what we read in the market, right? Coming back, okay, Malhar says that even if this was communicated well, MCAS had a fundamental technical issue which was overcome by a workaround. Yeah, Malhar, that's the right point. In fact, I go with the Ramesh point. Ramesh rightly said that there is a hurry in approving that engine model. How do they approve it? First of all, how do that project manager thought this kind of engine will work? That itself there's a flaw. So if you start finding the flaw, everywhere there is a flaw. So it means somewhere someone lost the 4-letter word in their profession. That is called love. They don't have a love towards a job. I cannot see Ronaldo playing football without love. He's not playing for salary. He's playing for a passion. A military army person never stands for salary, for the passion towards the country, right? Yeah, that's a feel that. Anyway, it does says that pilot weren't trained for this design fault and moreover no communication. That's right. Flight testing with the MCAS is not done. Yes, you all are pointing to stakeholder communication. Let's learn today how this is done, right? Anyway, let's get back. Thanks for listening to that, and thanks for intimating the audio was not good. I know there is some flaw in that. I fixed it out now. I'm also learning every day. Okay, what I do is I will show something from stakeholder golden rule, what these guys talk in the industry. Okay, let me check my audio is good again. What happened is there is something called system sharing. I think this time it should be good. Listen to.
For me, the golden rule whenever it comes to project management is engaging with your stakeholders early and often. If, as a project manager, your stakeholders are on board and engaged, it makes your life so much simpler.
My golden rule for project management is really understand your stakeholders.
For me, projects are delivered by people for people, so whilst change methodology, project plans and such like are essential, it's all about stakeholder engagement and building trust that is the golden rule for me.
The golden rule is early stakeholder management, continued and maintained right throughout the project.
My golden rule for successful project management is to make sure that all stakeholders are engaged and that you understand all of their requirements.
I think after many years of working on projects across all industries, knowing your stakeholders, getting to know all of their interests, priorities and preferences is pretty important, especially as early as possible.
Okay, great. I want to put some of the big people in the world who talk about stakeholder management, and they say it's a golden rule. And that's the reason I thought that should be the first knowledge which you should learn in project management. Until you don't know whom you're going to work with, what they're going to do with them, your project will not go to the right direction. For example, there's 8 days of classroom session. I know each one of you because a WhatsApp group created, some of you shared your information in the WhatsApp group, your LinkedIn profile has been viewed. I was talking to some of you over the phone call before you enrolled for the course. I was understanding your background. It is nothing but I'm getting the stakeholders very clearly, because until I don't understand the stakeholders, what message I'm going to put through you will not work out. Because for every batch, I keep customizing certain content based on your domain, your expertise. Right? That's what's happening. So understanding stakeholders is very important. If it is a birthday party, you will understand who are your stakeholders. It could be your relatives, it could be a cake supplier, it could be a magician who is going to come for the party, it could be the food supplier. You should know who are the stakeholders who can make this project happen smoothly, right? The more you understand them specifically, the more you understand the details and ingredients, your project is going to be better. I'm not saying it's 100% successful. Chances of success are very close. That's what we're going to see. Now, what I do is I take to our slides area. I know sometimes the video and slides keep changing here and there. Don't get distracted. Just to give a grip of what you're learning. Are you also a stakeholder in this project? Yes, Abhiram, absolutely. I'm also a stakeholder, but we have to see, am I an important stakeholder or unimportant stakeholder? I like Abhiram's question. That too, Abhiram asked in the midnight 1 a.m. Thanks, Abhiram. See, the point here is we have to know that, do we need to handle all the stakeholders very closely, or do we need to see some gap, right? Okay, are you also a stakeholder in the project? Yes, Abhiram. I think I will go there quickly, because we have another 45 minutes before we take our first break. What I do is I will help out big time. Chat is coming up. Okay, what's the chat says? Highly important stakeholder. Okay, Sri Ganesh says highly important stakeholder. Okay, let's see that. Good, let me go. Okay, for the people who joined today, these are the goals we set out for our program. Learn international project management terms, which you're doing today. Get your PMP certified, and third and last one, earn dollars. Right. Okay. If you're not seeing the goal, this is the goal of the program for this setup. Every program should have some goals. Okay, I'm getting to stakeholder management, and in the books you have a good amount of content. But again, here I'm going to spend some time to give a heads up about it. By the way, I'll tell you, in this 8 days of training, you will not get every line from the book. That's not the intention here. The intention is how to look at the content. What is the core value of the content? And then you have to spend time to read in the books, because we are mature adults, grown up, about 20, 23 years of age, because you would have come across a lot of things in your life. Now you're going to put that into management and see how it's working. By the way, I always tell in my classes, don't think management is only in corporate life. Your personal life, you have a lot of project management happening, right? So we have to see how to put everything together. By the way, let me go further more deep. I'm going to talk about the identification of stakeholders. See, we are in the initiation vertical. In this vertical, we have something called identification of stakeholders. Who all can be stakeholders? Once you identify them, you're going to plan how I'm going to engage them. When I say engage them, how you're going to involve them in the project, right? Once you involve them, you have to manage them closely to make sure they will work closely on what we want. And you keep a monitor of that. When I say monitor, you watch out, are they really going the way it should be? I'll give an example of this 8 days of classroom session. We identified at least 20 to 30 stakeholders who are going to learn this PMP class session. Once we identify the stakeholders, myself and my team in ShriLearning, we put a plan how to communicate. We create the WhatsApp group. We have a Zoom link to share with you. We planned how to do everyday assignment to them. We planned how to make them to go for the examination. All these plans are here, but we won't do all the plans immediately. We'll do step by step. For example, execution started last week. When the execution started, we invited you. We shared the content to you. We gave some homework to you. You started writing the homework, right? And slowly we'll involve into more other activities. Within 8 weeks, what all can be done? We have a plan for it. But will we implement everything on the first day? No. As we progress, we implement it. In implementation, it won't be successful every day. There will be some flaw. Someone will ask something. Abhirab will ask, man, I'm not getting the content. Vikas will say that my document is not working. Shriram, I'm not getting the link. Things will happen. But we have to correct it out. That's why we have monitoring and controlling. We monitor and control the plan, what we made, and we make corrections. If there is no correction needed, that is not called project at all, right? A project always has trouble. There'll be some problem, but how minimum it is, that's what we're going to see. So today, let's first start with the stakeholder management. So what I do is I'll take you to the flow in PMP book. Okay, here is the thing. I hope you all see this screen here. And in this screen, you can see something called enter the project, when the starting of the project. When you start the project in initiation, we have 5 process groups. Initiation, you have planning, execution. The whole yellow is called monitoring control because you're going to monitor and control the whole process. You always monitor and control. You check out, is it going well? Is it going well? Is it going well? And you do the execution and you close the project. It is easy to say, and the same phases keep circulating all over the project. Now let's see what we do here. For our best understanding, I put the screen like this. If you see here, in stakeholder management, in initiating, we have one process called as identify stakeholders. Plan, manage, monitor. Let's go one by one. What I mean by one by one? When I say one by one, every process here will have something called ITTOs. Some of you will be aware of it. It's called inputs, tools and techniques, and output. What do you mean by that? Something will come inside and something will get us an output. For example, identify stakeholder is a process. In this process, some inputs will come inside and output will be a stakeholder register. What do you mean by stakeholder register? List of names. For this PMP classes, some inputs came from you. You showed interest in LinkedIn. Some of you showed interest in the email. Some of you made a phone call to me. Some of you went through the website. These are all inputs. And output is we got a stakeholder register who are going to be part of this project, right? I'm just showing what I'm connecting today. If not in your project, there are a variety of ways of connecting the stakeholders. I'll show that later. Once you collect it, the rest are going to start. Let's go one by one step inside. I'm sure there are a few questions going to come from you. Do I need to memorize ITTO? This is a common question I've been listening for the last 4 years. And the common answer is don't memorize and you cannot memorize. Okay, this is from your PMP books. If you see here, this is called stakeholder management. It has 4 processes: identify stakeholders, plan, manage, monitor. If you see here, you will see a lot of content. You will be surprised. Oh my gosh, Shriram, do I need to memorize all? I can't. I will say don't memorize. This is called inputs. This is called tools and techniques, and this is called outputs. Okay, the same pattern going to repeat for all 49 processes. In PMP book, we have so far 49 processes, something like this. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3. It's going to be like this. My goal is I'm going to explain everything one by one to you. And don't worry, I will talk everything line by line. No. If I do that, there is no difference between kindergarten and this class, right? So I will talk at a higher level and you will digest it. You will take notes in the pencils there and then you will prepare with the books, right? And one thing you have to understand, stay calm with me for today alone. Tomorrow or next session, you will get an idea. Certain things are getting repeated and you will understand that you have to take it by concepts. From my school and college days, I felt that I'm not a good reader of theory. I'm a good understanding of concepts. If I understand the concept, I can explain it well. If I understand by theory, I cannot. It's my poor way of learning, right? But in project management, that helped me a lot. If I'm a theory person, I'm sure I will not be in the project management industry. Since I was a conceptual person, I was able to get it. So what I request you is understand the concepts. I spent nearly last week 4 hours, today 1 hour, 5 hours I spent setting the ground. I'm sure in industry, some of the trainers directly go to the subject, start teaching you. Because I don't do that, because I love to make you understand the concepts. Once you set the ground, now you start understanding more, right? That's what's going to happen. Now, these are 4 processes which you're going to learn today. Now, in these 4 processes, the goal is you have to identify them, we have to manage them, right? How to identify? I will show you one by one. For example, I was saying that don't memorize. I'll give a good news today. Today, Abhishek is a person who cleared PMP. I know some of you are not replied in a WhatsApp. Some of you didn't reply any messages for the last few hours. The reason being is the last 2 days I was working with him to clear the exam as I start guiding him in the last minute. And he cleared the exam 3 hours back and he got above target in 4 areas. In closing, he couldn't get above target, but he got above target in 4 areas. He was so excited. The goal thing which I said to him for the examination is, no, don't mug up the content. Don't read line by line. Understand the concepts. Write more, you clear it. So he got it and cleared. That's a good news for the day, right? He got cleared the exam today. Right. Yeah, Abhiram says congrats. Yes, it's a good congrats news for him. Soon he may post something in his Facebook or LinkedIn. Yeah. I know it's a big achievement, right? The moment you clear it, whenever someone calls me after they clear the exam, I can hear their voice trembling. Sometimes some people start getting emotional. Shriram, I cleared the exam. So it's a 4 hours of exam with the hard work for 1.5 months, reading a lot of content. And when you see the result as project management professional, cleared, pass, the joy is, you have to feel it, right? That's an amazing joy. Okay, anyway, that's my responsibility to make you clear. Let's move furthermore. So Pauline was asking, Shriram, do you think these guys also are a stakeholder? Not only for answering Pauline, it's for everyone. Just look at the screen. Do you see anything different here? When I say stakeholders, do you have any question? Who this guy also can be a stakeholder? It could be any domain, it could be any project. I'm not restricting here. I'm just showing some names, okay, some people. Do anybody feel that, hey, why this guy is a stakeholder? Social groups, internal, external, okay, okay. I'm getting some stuff here, okay. Okay, to answer every one of you here, stakeholder is a person who is directly or indirectly impacting or impacted by the project. It can be directly and indirectly, right? Because you can be in a public chat, it'll be easy to communicate with you. Competitor, yeah, I know some of you got it. Even I thought you will take a look of it. Yeah, it can be Ramesh, everybody. See, I'll go one by one now. I'll talk about competitor and government and political leadership. Competitors can be a benchmark for your project. You have to keep a watch of what's happening in the market. And there can be some negative marketing also in the market happening. Many times you look at the competitor, you set your benchmark, you set your goals, right? So they can also be part of your project planning and decision, but they may not involve directly. They may be indirectly involving, right? Now, when they talk about stakeholder, they give a statement. A stakeholder is a person who is directly or indirectly impacted or impact the project positively or negatively, right? So if you see this statement, directly or indirectly, positively or negatively, impacted or impact the project. Amazing statement, right? So everyone who has a breath in this project is going to be a part of the project. I was saying that the internet provider of your laptop is a stakeholder. You don't even know who is the internet provider. I know there are people from 8 different countries here. Each one of we have a different internet provider. Everyone is a stakeholder. Maybe they directly, indirectly they're contributing, not directly, right? So competitor is a person who can set a benchmark for our project. Maybe not directly, indirectly we have to work and understand what they do. Government and political leadership, yes, it is. If you are doing a political or government-oriented project, something like a dam construction, there are a lot of policy process to be followed. For example, you're setting let's say, a nightclub or a pub or a restaurant in the society. There are a lot of political things out there. You have to get approval. You have to get some of the norms satisfied, right? You have to go with certain policies to be followed, and this is all going to be fall inside the system. Benchmark from the competitor and related to cost as well. Pradeep, I think we're going a little far too deep. Let's go step by step. Yes, benchmark is one other thing. Look at the stakeholder as a person who is going to directly or indirectly contribute to your project, or they can even impact your project. Now, your competitor can turn into a negative stakeholder, or there can be a negative stakeholder who don't want your project to win. I will take an example of something like a dam construction. A dam construction is going to happen. There is a chance you will have a negative stakeholders. Who can be a negative stakeholder in dam construction? Can someone tell me? Farmers, okay, that's right. Right. Yeah, landowners, government by new laws. Good, good, good. See, in a dam construction, in a dam construction, what will happen is it will talk about something like you have a farmers, you have the people around there who's living around. Now, when you approve for the dam construction and the dam water level is going to high, definitely people have to evacuate from that place. When they want to evacuate from this place, now chances are that they can become a negative stakeholders. When they become a negative stakeholders, they can go for a procession, they can go for a fasting, they can go and even shake the government itself. Chances are there. So now what will happen? Now you may ask me the question, Shriram, why should I worry about it? You are a manager, you are a leader. When you make all these plans, when you make all this negotiation, you should be aware that something can happen out of your reach, which is called EEF, Enterprise Environmental Factors, right? And that can impact your project. There can be a delay in your work starting up. There can be some kind of problem in doing the execution of the project. Can happen. Now the negative can turn into positive. How? You can give a job opportunity for those people in the dam construction. You can give a new land for them where they'll be happy to stay there. Can turn. Now, how do you handle them? That's what the project management talks about. You may be surprised, Shriram, I'm not involved into this at all. They give me a task, I'll do the work. Why should I worry about them? No. Here, when they talk about PMP, they look you as a leader who can understand the whole 360-degree of the project. You may not directly involve, but at least you should be aware of what's happening around that, right? And for some of you here, I'll tell you, you will not involve all the stakeholders in your project. Some of you will not have a competitor at all. Some of you will not have the government and the political leadership coming in a project at all. Some of you will not involve with the end users at all, right? See, end user, not everybody will get an opportunity. You may be doing some component for your project, which is the very big size. If a NASA rocket is getting ready, not everybody in the rocket launching stage. Some may be a small component. You may be doing small ring. You may be doing small fuel engine part, right? That's what it will be. So here the point is, you are trying to understand these all stakeholders can be there, right? So if it may be a service industry, it may be a non-service industry, whatever industry it is, there are stakeholders keep changing. For example, if you go to a hotel, if I'm going to stay in a hotel for 5 days, in this 5 days, I'm going to be there and there's going to be a manager who is going to help me. And this manager will have n number of stakeholders to be satisfied to make that project happy so that I can be cool and good on the 5 days of stay in that hotel, right? So stakeholders can vary based on the situation, based on the requirement, based on the circumstance of the policy of that country and company. Okay, Tejas says Saudi Rama wants to place refinery in India, Maharashtra, but land not gets cleared by local people. Yeah, it could be EF, Tejas. Chances are that it can be EF. Yeah, it's a government policy, right? You can't do anything. If a government is not approving the land, a local people not approving it, it's going to be a problem, right? And if you go for a particular software implementation, in software implementation, there are some policy not allowing you to execute this particular software in a particular country. For example, sometimes we get a problem to run a Zoom video call in UAE. There are some restriction on that, right? So you cannot execute that specifically in that certain countries. So some policy on that. You can't do anything on that. You have to live with that. That's called EEF. Chances are that you can communicate to them, right? Good. Let's move. Let's move on. There's a lot of more to learn here. This is one part of it. Okay, I was giving an heads up to you, telling that the stakeholder management includes the part of involving them early in the stage of the project, right? Right, investors cover the sponsor. Okay, good. Thanks, Vikas. I think Pradeep, you got some of the points which I was explaining to you. Pradeep was asking about. Okay. Okay, let's keep moving on, Pradeep. I think you got some points on that. As you go deep, you'll get more idea. Right. Okay, I'm taking the first process to you to make you understand. When I say first process, don't think that from here the project starts. As I was showing a big picture for you, project can start from anywhere. But I want to try to understand that stakeholders can be a good start for the project. Yeah, Pradeep, observe well. And if you feel that the question can help you, yes, I can answer you well on that. But let's give time to observe the content well, right? Bharat, I'm not sure you're getting echo problem. I'm not eco-friendly or echo problem. Do anybody getting echo when I'm speaking here? Okay. I think Bharat, you have to check out your system once. Maybe you can restart once. Okay. Okay. Thanks for confirming it. Let's move on. Okay. As I go here. Oh, my line is echoing. Some are saying echoing, some are saying no, I couldn't get it. Pauline, it's echoing for you. I'm getting 2 people are echoing. Rest all saying no. So kindly recheck your system once. Yeah, Vikas is correct. Please can you check? It's maybe not net system, maybe restart yours once or put yourself in a different sound mode. Better for you. Okay, let's move on. What I do? Let me keep something more. Okay, what I did is I have kept some of the doors a little open more so that the room doesn't echo out. How is it? Michael also faces the same problem. Now is it good? I have just kept some of the room doors open so it doesn't echo in the room. Do anybody getting the clear audio when I'm speaking? Anybody getting a clear audio when I'm speaking? Okay, sounds better. Getting better now. Okay, fine. Maybe I think the rooms are echoing out. Okay, good for me now. Fine, great. Thanks for confirming. Good, let's move on. Okay, first let's go with identify stakeholders. Now, when I say identify stakeholders, I'm showing you some of the input tools and techniques here. Now, when I say ITTOs, this is what called ITTOs. Every process will have certain ITTOs to be carried out. And before I go further more deep inside, there will be a lot of items here to be taken as an input. And let's not look in the project what we are working day to day. Don't take it telling that in my project I'm not seeing this, right? But PMP is explaining for more than 500 or 600 different domains in the world. The PMP is explaining for nearly 200 countries. That's the reason I showed you a massive project in US which happened. It can be aviation, which I showed 737 MAX. So when they design this course content, they design it for the n number of domains. They design for different countries, different timeline of project, right? So when you learn it, you will feel that I'm not using it. Yes, you may not use it, but learn it. This learning is for to make you understand these all existing in the project management world, right? And again, you will see some colors put over here, and these colors are meant to explain you that these are key and important points. Doesn't mean that other things are not important, others also not, it is important, but this is a little more focus oriented where you can spend a little more time reading in the books. When you go to the books of PMP, they will take this project charter, they will have a paragraph of information in the book telling that what your project charter means. They will take the stakeholder analysis, they will have a paragraph of information what the stakeholder analysis means. So I would request you to look at this video again, have the book with you, and reread the content once. That's going to help you a lot, right? That's how it's going to be. Now, as I want to tell you what is ITTO stands for, every project and every process is going to have certain things coming inside, certain things coming out. Now, the main goal of stakeholder register is you're going to identification is you are going to get something called as stakeholder register as an output. What is the output? The output is going to be a document. It could be a Word, it could be an Excel sheet, it could be some SharePoint folder files, which is going to have a list of names of people and organization who can support this project. But how to get this output? To get this output, we need certain inputs. The inputs could be charter. Charter is the first starting stage of the project. There could be some business documents. There could be some of the stakeholder plans, which we did already in the project. Or it could be some of the agreement which you signed with the third party. They also can be a stakeholder, right? For me, I signed an agreement with a mobile operator internet operator in India called as Airtel. So I have Airtel as a stakeholder in my project. If Airtel stopped the service of internet for the last 1 week, I am in trouble, right? Sri Ganesh was in trouble from morning, internet was not working. Is it so, Sri Ganesh? You had some trouble this morning, internet connectivity? If so, he's a key stakeholder, right? So they're also key stakeholder going to play something on your project, which is going to impact your project badly. Yeah, yep, it happened. Now, in a project, you will get a number of stakeholders, and don't think that you will get all the stakeholders' name on the first day itself. No. As you travel in the project, you will get new stakeholders getting added, some are getting removed. So this sheet will be very busy. When I say this sheet will be having addition happening every other day or every other week. Some deduction can happen. Plus and minus keep on happening in the sheet. And this sheet will be there from the beginning day of the project until the closing day of the project, right? Now, identification is an art. How do you do that? You will invite some of the experts in the market, right? Don't think everything you can do on your own, or you may not need to do everything on your own. You can have some of the experts in the market who can guide us to do this. If you ask me about the training industry, as I'm in this industry for some years, I may know very key stakeholders who can play a role. But if someone is newly joining into training industry and this person wants to know how to run a training, who all can be stakeholders? I can be an expert and I can give an opinion and suggestion to them, right? The same way, any domain or any particular project, there'll be experts in the market. You can invite them to give a list of stakeholders, right? Now, getting stakeholders is only one part of the project management. We have to analyze it. What do you mean by analyzing? Let's see those stages. Ramesh is asking a question. Can stakeholder engagement plan? It is one of the particular processes. Is it still in input? Yeah, Ramesh, please hold on. Again, I'll tell you one more point to you. Don't think that this is happening in a sequential way. Ramesh is asking why this is as an input, right? On the first day, this file will not have any information. But after 1 week of project execution, this can have some information. When you engage the people more into the project, you will get some more inputs, right? Like when I started this 8 days of training, first day the engagement plan, not much information. But second day or third day, I got a lot of information, right? I get a lot of new stakeholders also. Someone in this group started referring another person to join his training. So new stakeholder get added, right? So the first day, the things may not be there. After you move forward, it can be there. So this is a repetition process. So any process which you're going to see in PMP, it's a repetition process. So some of the inputs here can be a blank sheet on the first day. But as the project starts moving, it can have information. So that's a message. I think Ramesh, you got the information. Now, stakeholder is coming out. Now, I just want to give an idea saying that in identification stakeholder, the ultimate goal is stakeholder register. And when you get a stakeholder register, you're going to get a set of people and set of organization. But we should know how to analyze them. Why? Because in a stakeholder register, you will have names coming up like maybe 200 people were there on the list, or could be of thousands of people in the list. You and me or anybody cannot spend all your time handling all these people. We should analyze it. Who is important? Who is unimportant? Based on that, your project should move. But how to understand who is important, who is unimportant? Let's see some more information on that. By the way, don't worry about this process now. I'm going to explain you as I go one by one. You'll get a feel that some content are getting repeated. For example, if you see here, you have enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. These two are key important items which is going to be there in every process. If I said something kind of a government policy, something kind of natural calamities, something can happen which can change your project. Organizational process assets, I talked about policies of a company, or it can be something of lessons learned from your previous projects, right? And these two always will be with us to make some decision. And you will always see these meetings happening. You will see always some experts being invited, right? Wait for some more time. As you're going to travel multiple processes, you will start seeing some connection happening. Maybe first 2-3 processes will be a little hard to understand. Third, fourth, you'll start picking up, right? Let me see quickly. There is some question coming up. Jagdish, I think a big set of questions here. Jagdish, I think we will go with the course. As I come to the break time, I'll try to explain you, because if I go with this, we lose the flow, right? Please hold on with me. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll keep moving on. I'm going to show a lot of stuff for you. So don't be quick to judge something. Understand certain things, and then we'll go for the question answer, right? So identification stakeholders and stakeholder analysis, stakeholder management strategy, right? These are the part of what I was explaining to you. Stakeholder analysis is potential impact or support generated by each stakeholder. As you identify, you get a list of people or organization. Now we have to know that what is the potential impact they're going to bring. If you see here, the role, influential level, how much they're going to influence in a project. Not all stakeholders will influence your project. Only few can influence. The rest all can be a little stay away from the project, right? Some may be in the beginning stage, very important. As you travel inside the project, the importance will start dropping. So this being well explained with something called as, just a minute. The stakeholder register will look something like this. You will have an identification information, a stakeholder interest, assessment of their impact in the project, and potential strategies to support them. How do it look like? Sorry. If you look at here, when you take a stakeholder analysis, you have to find out how much importance they give to the project. What is their power in the project? What is their interest in the project? What is their influence level in the project? What is the impact they bring to the project? These are nothing but the grouping. If you see here, you can see it's called grouping. You're going to group the people. See, I will tell you, when you look at your mobile phone, you have an address book, right? Everybody has an address book. In this address book, you will not give importance to every phone call. In a day, if you receive 4 phone calls, some phone calls you will quickly pick it up. Some of the phone calls you will tell that, okay, we'll pick later. Some of the WhatsApp messages you will give importance faster. For example, today evening, every one of you very keen to see a WhatsApp message from Rahul, because Rahul becomes a key stakeholder to decide or tell something to you about today's training, right? And after 8 weeks of training, you may be very close with me as you think I have power and interest on your project of PMP completion. After you complete your certificate, you will not feel importance of Shriram. If Shriram is going to call you after completing PMP, you may not pick the phone. You will tell Shriram, I'm busy, I'll talk to you later. Or you will tell, I'm traveling, I'll talk to you later. Whereas today or tomorrow or somewhere in the certification closer, you give more importance. So the same person, when the project is happening, you have different level of importance. Now, how this is being analyzed? Let's see that analysis part, right? And when you go to analysis, okay, here it is called as power interest grid. What do you mean by power interest grid? When I say power interest grid, you will try to understand how much important this person is and also how much influence and interest they have on the project. And this is a very famous grid which helps you to put the people into different quadrant. And when I say quadrant, the same person, if you look at here, this is high in power, this is high in power, this is high in interest, right? When you get the stakeholder register, a stakeholder register is an Excel or Word document which will have a list of people. In this list of people, let's say I have 2, 3, or 4 people. Now I have to find out where I have to place them. Can I place a person 1 here? Can I place a person 4 here? Can I place a person 3 here? I have to place it. Why I have to place it here? Because if you have a quadrant like this, and when you have a grouping of like this, it is easy to handle, right? I am sure you are doing this implicitly without knowing this in your Outlook mailbox. In your mailbox, you may not reply to every email immediately. A person which is a very high power in your organization, a person is very much interested on your project, will be managed closely. It could be your customer, it could be your end user, it could be your senior manager, it could be your CEO of the company. Chances are there. So you look at the email, you immediately reply to them. There is a customer calling you, you don't delay anything, you manage them very closely. You want to give highest importance to them. For me, in this 8 days of classroom, each one of you have a highest power and highest interest in the project. So any one of you send any message, I have to reply you, or at least address some question for you, right? That's the reason even if someone is saying question now, I'm watching out because you are managing them closely, right? Bharat, I'll come to you. Please observe the class few minutes. I'll come to the question area. Right, so now, see now point here is you have a segment to make sure you can understand them better. Now what I do is I'll put a small video to show you how this is being designed. So that will help you to understand a little more clear. Just hold with me. I'm going to show you the analysis video.
A stakeholder is any individual, group or organisation with an interest in the project who may or may not be needed in the decision-making process. Stakeholder analysis is a process of systemically collecting and analysing qualitative information to determine whose interests should be taken into account when developing and/or implementing a policy or programme. It is used to identify the key stakeholders based on their attributes, interrelationships and interests related to a given issue, organisation or resource. It should be one of the first steps you take in any project. It aims to identify everyone with a concern or interest who needs to be involved. The process is a 4-step process. Firstly, you need to identify your stakeholders. In this stage, you should think about all the people who are affected by your project, who will be influenced or have an interest in its successful or unsuccessful conclusion. Stakeholders can be internal, such as managers, employees, trade union members, or external, like customers or suppliers. Stakeholders can also be primary and secondary. Primary stakeholders define the business and are key to its continuous process, such as customers, suppliers and employees, while secondary stakeholders are those who could ruin the relationship with the primary stakeholders, such as business partners, competitors and regulators. The second step is to prioritise your stakeholders. In this stage, we use a power interest grid to classify the level of interest your different stakeholders have in the process or the organisation and their power to affect or be affected by it. For example, your boss is likely to have high power and influence over your projects and high interest, whereas your family may have high interest but are unlikely to have power over it. Someone's position on the grid shows you the actions you have to take with them. High power, high interest stakeholders are your key players who should be fully engaged through full communication and consultation. They could be recruited to the project team. Those with high power, less interest, are the people you need to keep informed and satisfy, as they are powerful enough to cause problems. Stakeholders with low power and high interest can be useful supporters, so involve them in low-risk areas and consult them on their interest area. Low power, less interest stakeholders are probably the least important. They're not very powerful and they are not as interested in the organisation or project. The third stage is to understand your stakeholders. This stage is knowing more about your stakeholders, and the best way to find this information is to talk to your stakeholders directly. Key questions to help you understand them could be: what interest do they have in the outcome of your work? Is it positive or negative? How are they likely to feel about and react to your project? What is the best way to engage and communicate with them? What motivates them most of all? What information do they want from you, and how do they wish to receive it? What would encourage them to support your project? Who else might be influenced by their opinions? Do these people become stakeholders in their own right? The information gained from your questioning can be added to a stakeholder register for quick and easy referencing. Here you will record your assessment of each stakeholder. Things to include are the stakeholders' requirements, their communication needs and frequency, their expectations, their influence on the project's outcome, and their level of interest and power. The stakeholder register must be updated when any new stakeholder is identified or any change is observed. This document may contain some sensitive information, therefore its access should be limited. The fourth and final step is to manage your stakeholders. After conducting your stakeholder analysis, the project team can devise an action plan that sustains supporters' interest and commitment and wins round the doubters. Communication and engagement planning should be informed by your findings from the stakeholders.
Okay, hope you all got some detail about it, some clarity you got with this understanding of stakeholder analysis and the stakeholder register is getting created. Okay, by the way, is my audio good now? As I kept certain settings done for you. Okay, good for that. Okay, the point of putting this video is to get an idea how the quadrant is divided. Because please come to private public chat, it's taking all the settings. Okay, so now I think Jagdish and Bharat, I answered your question. Probably you can listen more as you get more clarity there, right? So now our point here is we have to divide into groups. See, don't take stakeholder management so complicated. It's very simple, straightforward. Have a list of people who are involving or going to be involved in the project as you know today. Tomorrow things can change. You can add more number of people, more number of organization. And how do they going to involve? What are their influential level? Someone so high powerful today can become low power later. Doesn't mean that they're bad. No, now they're important, later not important. For example, any project we have an architect. This architect is very important in the designing stage of the project. Whereas the initial planning or some very core stage, they may not be important. Or when the execution stage starts, the importance will drop. They'll be there, but the importance will drop. But the stage of design, they're very important. Quality team, they'll come into picture when the product is ready, isn't it? So every team will have their role, responsibilities, and importance as we get closer to that area. But some people are always important, like a co-sponsor, a sponsor of the project is always important, right? We have to keep a look at them every time, right? That's how it's happening. So don't get too much worried about stakeholders. Stakeholder is one of the easiest topic in the subject you to learn here. At the same time, have very focus on it. It's very important as well. What we do is we quickly do a small workshop to understand how we can do stakeholder management if a project like this coming to you. There is a project, there is a music festival is going to happen in your locality, and you are the project manager for make it happen. Now you got some stakeholder list with you. Local authorities, councils or stakeholders, local residents or stakeholders, some of the shop and companies or stakeholders, national government is also stakeholders, right? Why I put this kind of examples is we have at least a bunch of domains in this world. We have a number of people in this call. I would like to go with some generalized project where it will help you to understand more. Later, you can relate that to your project, what you do in your day-to-day life, right? So let's listen from this point of perspective. As you saw through the video, there is something between power and interest, right? As I was showing there, if you look at power, interest, okay, I'm here. Now the power interest here. Can someone help me who you want to keep it as a key subject person? In this 4 stakeholders, if you are a project manager, whom do you think is a key person who has the highest power and who has the highest interest in the project? Can I listen from you? Some are saying residents, local authorities. Do you think local authorities will be high interest in a project? They may be high power, right? I agree. They can approve, disapprove. Do they have high interest also? Can be. Local residents. Local residents. Okay, yeah. See, when we want to start working on the project, we will be slightly different opinion starts coming up. Okay, I'm listening to you. Shops, residents. Okay, a lot of questions and answers coming up here. I'm feeling it's very interesting now. Take a close look. You are a project manager. A music festival has to happen on next Sunday or tomorrow. Let's say tomorrow. It could be a pop song or something going to happen there. You have to put a stage. You have to have a fire engine there. You should have a medical aids there. You should give local authorities rights, right? It could happen. Okay. Local authorities. Okay, I'm getting a lot of answers. Target more public, it comes from residents. Okay, I'll put resident. By the way, not every answer is going to be perfect answer here. It may be opinion from my side. You can even change your opinion, right? That can happen. I will say on this project part, I think the residents are highly interested. They're very much high interested. They're high in interest, but the power will be low for them. The power part will be low. They cannot do anything. Not much they can do, but they can't do much. They'll be high interested. So I like to keep this resident as resident here to tell them that keep them informed what program going to happen on Sunday evening. Is a pop song or a jazz music? What's going to happen there? I'm going to tell them what it is going to happen because they are very highly interested to listen to the program, but not high in power, right? I'll keep that way, right? And now I will go to the next stage, minimal effort. The guy who's low in power, low in interest. They may not show much interest. They cannot do much also because it's a Sunday, right? I will keep the shops in the local and companies there little bit low. I no need to involve them more in the project because they may be shut down on the Sunday or they can open it if they want, but I don't need to get any approval from them. I don't need to inform them much information, but I have to keep a watch what they're doing. Is it going to be support the people or going to be trouble to the people, right? Can happen. Now, let me go to the next stage. I'm talking about someone who's high in power. They can make a decision. They can even stop your program. Yeah, it can happen. Now, they can do certain things, but the interest level will be not much high. They will give the interest to the local authority. They will tell the local authorities can do what it is. If there is a national government, there is a state-wise government, they will tell state-wise government, let them take a decision, right? But the power is high. If a national government thinks something, today is some day, very important day in this country, no program should happen. They can just pass a government order and stop all the programs. So the national government can fall under high in power, but interest can be low. They will not show high interest on what you want. They may give the authority interest to the local authority, whereas they will have high power. They want to change something, they can pull the plug anytime, right? Now I'm going to the next segment, which is key subject. The key subject, I'm going to local authorities. These local authorities are high in power and high in interest. When I say high in power, they can take a decision telling that, no, we don't approve any such kind of program happening in our locality. They also have a highest interest where people can have a good fun time this Sunday, so they will encourage to conduct such kind of programs. So they have a highest power in approving certain norms and conditions. They have a highest interest to give benefit to the people, right? It is not only musical program, maybe a blood donation camp going to happen. The local authorities will show highest interest, highest kind of power to approve certain things, right? By the way, I have just grouped it based on my understanding on my vision. It could be something different when you look at from your perspective. So this is how the project keeps changing. The same local authority who has the highest power, highest interest at the beginning of the project may drop as the project starts progressing, right? So things can change. Did anybody match with this kind of answers with you? I'm seeing Michael says, in my country, local authorities always very high interest, high power. Oh, okay, Michael, you're right, Michael, you got it. I given priority for residents as key subject because residents may influence our project in negative or positive ways, and we can keep communicating with them. Can happen, but again, if it is a good program like a musical festival, they may be high interest, but they try to have lesser power where the local authorities decides, yes, there is going to be a program, they have to sit and listen to that if they want. If they don't want, they can go out of it. But the music sound is very high, they can raise a complaint to the police station telling that, guys, the sound is so high, can't change. Now, Jagdish brought out the right point. Now, a local resident can suddenly turn into a key subject because they start complaining to the society, they become a high powerful person because of which a program can stop, can happen, right? Okay, Vikas says, I kept local shops as a high interest and high power if they are primary sponsors. Oh, okay. You thought local shops are sponsors. Okay, chances are that. If so, sponsors generally fall in this category. Sponsors will fall in this category, right? And Jagdishwaran says, minimal effort, national government. National government, I will tell always it will be high. You cannot put them easy. National government has all the authority. If there is a verdict being done in this country, in this day, they pass one rule, all the country over, they have a security system happening last 2 days in this country, right? They can do just like that. They have a highest power. So national government, you cannot keep minimal effort. They are amazing, powerful guys. Keep informed, local authorities, keep informed. Okay, but in this project, you're thinking that way. Anyway, I respect what you're thinking. Anyway, okay, this part is just to give an idea how it happens. See here, what happened is Shriram is giving some idea, Abhiram is giving some idea, Jagdish is giving some idea, Michael is giving some idea. This is how things happen. In a real project, we'll have a boardroom. We'll take list of names, we'll start talking to each other, understand who is important, who is unimportant. This all is called as meetings, this is all called as a brainstorming. This is how a project should happen. And don't think that they will do it overnight one day and then they forget the sheet. No, this sheet will be continuously updated. We have to keep on updating every time when we get a new stakeholder, when we keep moving on the project. A project in the beginning will have a different level. As we go further down, it will have a different level of power and interest. So this is just to give an idea of how this works, right? Okay, quickly read Abhiram and Jagdish and I'll go for the break. Shops and companies work for their profits is in these types of contract and companies, they have high interest. Okay, Abhiram think that way. I agree with you if that's a dimension. Yes, you're right. By considering time, we're conducting programs. Okay, that's good. Okay, so this is just to give an idea of how grouping can happen. It differs. It differs, depends on the domain expertise. See, you and me may not be a guy who conducted a musical festival in your society. If in this 30 people, executives who joined this PMP classes, if one of you done a musical festival in your society, you will be an expert. You will start giving me, no, Shriram, this is how I did last year. This is how I did in my previous project. And if you do that, that is called as lessons learned registry. That is called as organizational process assets, where you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You see something which happened in the previous record and utilize it here. That will save a lot of time. That will be so much perfect. Where you get this OPA, you will reach your company's PMO. Who is PMO? Project Management Office. Your PMO will have all this information stored in the repository. You can ask them, hey guys, we are going to conduct a musical festival next week. Can you give me some information how to group these people? They will give some information. Based on that, you can do it, right? I think I connected with you, and yeah, great. So what we do is we will take a quick break now, and we'll come back. We'll connect more on the stakeholder, and we'll go to the communication. Because after the stakeholder, we have to connect on PMP question on stakeholder. How the question will come, how do you address it? That we have to understand, right? So what I do, we will take a 20 minutes or not 20 minutes, like 15 minutes break here. We'll come back, have your breakfast, lunch, evening snacks, or dinner, and we'll come back in 15 minutes, and we'll start from the place where we are. Meantime, I'll see some of the questions coming up here. We'll try to help them out. And people go ahead and have a refresh and come back. Cool, please take a break, refresh yourself and come back. We'll start it again. Abhiram says, will that not affect the project? Is there not any regulations and predecessor? Abhiram, we will not go by regulations. It is depending on the domain, expertise, and need, right? Pauline, it is 15 minutes break. I just put in the screen. Yeah. Bharat, please catch up some refreshment and come back, so that will be good to start the session. Even how many minutes break? 15 minutes. Okay, good. I have kind of experience in that, so I could relate it. Okay. Thanks, Ramesh. By the way, Bharat, you can type the question. Once I come back, I'll look at the questions of yours. Back. Good. I know it's very unfair for some of you sitting late in the night to take some food there. But if you feel much hungry, yeah, catch up some food. Okay, by the way, I think now the echo shouldn't happen because I made some arrangements. Is my voice better now? You're able to see my screen. You're able to view my camera. Okay, that's great. Thanks, Ramesh. I just had my dinner. That's why Bharat said, shall we discuss questions here? I said, please, let me take dinner and come. I need energy to take classes. So, of course, my family is there here, who are the key stakeholders to make this project happen. They have a high interest in the project, but lesser power, right? They have high interest that the session should happen well, but power will be less. They may not be able to stop the session until other than something every emergency, right? So at present, it will be like this way. So when I look at any project, I look at people in that dimension, but don't look people by the roles, responsibilities, or the political character. Don't look by that. Look project at the benefit of the project, on winning a project. What can be a role of this particular person or organization? Stakeholder can be even small organization. Stakeholder can be an individual person, right? So we should look at them, how this person is going to influence the project, how this person is going to show the power in the project, right? Of course, political background is there. We will talk this when you go to resource management. There is something called political awareness, and there is something called conflict management. Yeah? Those areas will go there. But today in the stakeholder management, understand that how these people are going to play a role, and they show the interest in the project. That's what I understand, right? So without further delay, I'll get back to the slides where I was. I believe everyone is back. I can see a bunch of people. Okay, let me go furthermore. Now, let me move further on. Now, we've got the list of people, list of organization, as per the video I shared, as per the stakeholder register sheet, everything is good. And don't think it will happen only one day. It is a continuous process. It is a continuous process. For example, in this class, I have 3-4 people recently joined. Whereas last week, the stakeholder register had only set of people. Now 3 people used to join, right? Now I have Pauline came in, I have Michael came in, I have Prabhu came in. There are new people joining. So my stakeholder list get added. And I am seeing some people are asking, Rahul, can we share the link to download the books? This was done with a set of stakeholders last week before that. Now new stakeholders asking new questions. This is how the project happens. So why a project manager should be aware of stakeholders? Because of this reason. You cannot take it for granted everybody will know everything. No, we have to help them. We have to bring them to the speed. If people don't understand it, they can be a blocker in your project. For example, if I don't explain the first 1 hour full flow of what I explained the previous week, the people came today will ask questions, I'm not getting the clue at all what you're speaking here. So I have to accommodate them also. But at the same time, I have to complete the project on the 8th day. I cannot tell that I was spending extra 1 hour for that, so I'll get delayed. No, I have to make it happen. That is management skills, right? So if everything is going to happen as per the plan, then why they need you and me in the project? Let me quickly see the chat message and go back. I know sometimes Zoom is making me complicated. Okay, yeah, Rahul got the information immediately from Malhar. Okay, good, let's go. Now it's called stakeholder engagement. By the way, soon the next week assignment, I will give some ITTOs like this. I will request you to write this in a white paper. You have to see this kind of picture and write in a paper, not without C, with C, so that you will get a connectivity of the subject, right? That's the idea I have in my mind. I'll explain you after the session. Now, by that, what will happen is the more you write, the more you get connected. No need to memorize. You will get by the knowledge. Okay, let me go to the subject. Yeah, now, when you talk about engagement, the English word engagement says that making them to involve in the project. Why we have to engage them? The engagement is goal here. The goal of identifying stakeholders is to engage them in the project, right? If you're not going to engage them, why we have to identify them? The identification importance is to engage them. But how do you engage them? That how part you will work out. With whom you'll work out? You'll work out with your team. You'll even ask the stakeholder themselves. How do you do? You have that stakeholder register with you, which you prepared in the previous process. That's becoming an input here. Output of one process can become an input to another process. Understanding here. Understanding number one. Output of another process can be input to the process which you're going to work out, right? Not every process will have a chain like that, but some process will have a chain connectivity. Now, only when you know the stakeholder register, you are in a position to make a plan. The plan is called stakeholder engagement plan. Only when I know there's a 25 or 30 people joining for the PMP classes, I will write an engagement plan. The plan is saying that give them assignments, watch out in the WhatsApp group, understand their profile, right? And clarify some of the basic doubts they have. This is an engagement plan. I have a lot of plans for the next 8 weeks. So that's called engagement plan, right? Sometimes I'll ask you and do the plan. Sometimes we know that by lessons learned registry. As I'm doing this kind of training for so many years, I know what will be the expectation. But many times it will be a request from the candidates also. Now let's go to the project. If you are in a software development, you'll identify who are the stakeholders for your project. It could be end user, it could be the people who is going to implement the software, the person who is going to upload it into the Amazon cloud, it could be database service person, could be anybody. We have to understand how we are going to engage them. It could be an architect, it could be the quality person, right? It could be anybody. If it is a bridge construction, I have to understand how the end user is public. We'll talk to the public how good the bridge is going to be. I will talk to the government authorities. I will talk to the cement steel suppliers. I will talk to the local authorities. I will talk to the residents in the place. I'm going to start the bridge construction. There'll be a lot of dust, lot of sound and noise. How good it's going to impact you? Can I do some arrangements for that? Yeah, can be. So these are kind of engagement things which you are going to write down. Are we going to follow exactly as we written down? May or may not. But first you have to understand what they're expecting. And you will follow based on the power interest grid. You remember it? You did a few minutes back. High interest, high power. Based on that, you'll work it out, right? Now, when you write an engagement plan, you will understand something called engagement assessment matrix. Okay, This is the second important topic in your stakeholder management. By the way, this stakeholder management is an important topic. I'm not touching every line, but I'm trying to show you the core point. The core point, if you understand, you will clear the exam smoothly. The rest all, when you read the book, you will get more connectivity, right? That's the aim of explaining here. So if you see here, you get set of inputs. Still, you have the project charter as input. There are some plans here like resource plan, communication plan, risk plan. I will tell you on the first day of the project, these documents will be zero. There won't be any information. But the project is on the second release, third release, or second phase. You will have information filled into that. This can help you how to communicate with the stakeholders, how to involve the risk when the stakeholders are there, right? That will happen. For example, every country is having a metro train construction. Nobody can say no. Every country has it. This metro train construction goes by phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. When they did a phase 1, some of the information may not be there. But when you do the phase 2, a lot of historical information will be there. They can take and use it, right? Or if you go to IT industry, you call a release 1, a release 2, iteration 1, iteration 2. What I'm trying to tell you, on the first day, don't expect all the documents in your place. Some will be there, some may not be there. But it is not mandatory. We have to follow all this, then only the project will be successful. No, that's a wrong assumption. It is as per the need, we'll follow certain documents. Some document not needed, we won't touch at all, right? This is called tailoring. If you read the PMP book, there is a term called tailoring. Tailoring is you trim it whenever or whatever you don't need it. If I buy a new pants, the pant is not fitting my height. What I do? I stitch it or I do tailoring it to fit in properly for me. I will not blindly tell that, hey, this is a pant which will be length higher, but still I'll wear it. No, it won't work. I'll fall down from while walking. So I have to alter it, which can fit my hip size or a length or height, right? So the tailoring is after you implementing it, after you find something can be updated, that's going to be tailoring, right? Now let's see how the plan happens. What I do. Okay, in the planning, we have something called engagement assessment matrix. I'm showing two concepts. One is power interest grid, which is of analysis to see how to group these people, like how you group your WhatsApp, how do you group your address book. I know some of you don't even reply to some of your friends in WhatsApp, right? Because you feel that this guy is low in power, low in interest, not needed. But when you're in a job search for you, everybody becomes high power, high interest, right? For everybody will send happy birthday, happy Diwali, happy Christmas, all will happen because you want a job. So you will find everybody high important, high power. That's how it happens. So that is one understanding the analysis. Now after analysis, we should know how much this person has the assessment engagement in the project. How do you do that? There is something called a scale. A scale talks about, I'm showing this book. This information is from your PMP book. See, a stakeholder A can be Albert, B can be Ramesh, C can be Prabhu. Now, when you say this person, the person can be unaware of the project or particular release or particular component. A person can be resistant to change in the project. A person can be neutral, doesn't have any information, or a person can be supportive and leading. Now, how PMP book looks at is, they tell that you have to group the people and you have to work out to make them a person who is currently in unaware, make them to become supportive. C means current, D means desired position. If you have a pencil and paper next to you, please write it down. C means current, D means desired. When you mean desired, currently the person is unaware. My responsibility is to make them desired, that is supportive. How do you make it supportive? Explain them about the project carefully, allow them to make some decisions, you give more responsibility to them, put them into training, give them some buddy resources. These are we do in a project management, right? So it can be a sponsor, it can be your team member. By the way, whenever we talk about project, when you are a leadership role, you should not think only the people who are reporting to you. If you think only the people reporting to you, your circle will become very small. Whenever you're in a leadership track or manager track, you ought to think a little broad. You have to think about the finance department. You have to think about HR department. You have to think about logistics department. You have to think about the sponsors. You have to think about the competitors. You have to think a lot of other people, right? Who all directly or indirectly impact your project. That is called leadership, right? Now, why we have to work out this process is some stakeholders may be unaware. The unaware stakeholder can become resistant. If a person is aware and resistant, there is a meaning. A person is unaware and resistant, going to be trouble for you. Now, resistant is good or bad? Sometimes can be good, because the person may be resistant on the design change because there could be some idea in this mind which can be useful for us. So we have to listen to the resistant person who can be supportive to your project in future. Right? This is how it happens. I have seen some of the project meetings where the architects and the designers fight like anything. Do anybody agree you've seen such fights in your project? The architects and designers will fight to the core. In the conference room, you can see at least they're yet to throw some duster on them. That kind of fight will happen, right? I like it. Yeah, I like it because they have a passion towards what they're doing. It's healthy. If they're aware and they're fighting, that's fine. Someone is unaware of the project and fighting, I'll tell you, it's a kill of time. So as a leader and manager, you have to watch out who is what, and you have to help them to grow. Here, there is no enemy in the project. We are all working together for the common goal. To attain the common goal, we have to help them to improve. Slightly keep the political factors aware and apart and start working. We'll talk about political later. Don't bring that here. Here, the aim is winning the project, right? That's going to happen. Yeah, I can see. Tejas says kick off each other. Tejas, I believe you don't kick anybody. God's sake, it happens. When I've seen some of the architects in my previous organizations, literally they fight like anything. Sometimes it's because of the love towards the subject that they don't give it up. I believe someone would have fighted like this for the flight 737 MAX. If someone would have fighted like that, I don't want to see a girl kitty bag there in the death table, right? It's so heartbreaking. I don't want to see that. Wish it could have happened, right? Anyway, whenever I talk project management, I request you to see much broader. Don't think that I'm working in an AC room with 10 people and getting a salary every month. No, you are beyond that. You are a leader. When you do something, it's going to impact many people's life. Maybe directly or indirectly, we don't know. But when you do it, do with full involvement. If not, don't touch it. So I somehow heard saying that you touch it, you own it. So that's a meaning I've heard somewhere back. It's so interesting. Okay, okay, I just put some more factors. C indicates the current and D indicates a desired engagement level. It's to just give an idea about it. Now I moved from level 2. First one is I said identify the stakeholders, list of people. Second, I took something called as manage stakeholder engagement. I took a plan stakeholder. We planned it. What we planned it from current to desire how to take them. How doesn't come like a formula. How is you talk to them. You have to involve them. You have to be in the meetings. You have to invite them to give opinions. You have to ask them, hey, how do you want to involve you? In fact, when I started this classes this morning, this session, I informed some people, video will be on, audio will be on, is my screen visible? You can chat in the group. You can put your questions. It's a kind of getting suggestions and giving opinions. Yeah, that's how it goes. It's engagement. Let me go to someone who's saying some points there. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, thanks Malhar for answering. Let's move on. So manage stakeholder engagement. So manage is, it's going to be simple now because you identify the people, you written a plan, you have to follow it, right? See, 2 days back, you planned it. I have to attend Shriram training by Saturday. You made a plan accordingly, telling that my internet should be there, my power supply should be there. I don't want any phone disturbance. You made it. And now you're doing it. When you plan it, it'll be good. But how effectively you plan, that's where the winning of your project is. And again, this plan, what you see here, this is a plan which you derived. Can someone tell me from where we got this as an input or from where it was an output? We have stakeholder engagement plan. Can someone tell me it is an output of? Good. People are observing well. Thanks, Nikhil, Tejas, Vikas. Okay, yeah, Giri, that's good. Identification. No. Malhar, I'm talking about stakeholder engagement. This comes from Plan stakeholder engagement. To tell you, I'll just go back. I just want to give you a connection. From third session on, you all will be expert. I don't even explain at all. You will get it. For first session, I'll explain a little more. I'm going back. If you see here, plan stakeholder engagement. Here the output is stakeholder engagement plan. Engagement plan written down. This output will become an input here. If you watch out, stakeholder engagement plan. Are you with me? Okay, that's good. Everybody's answering well. Great, great. That's good. So this connection is happening here. And I think Manar made one answer correctly there. I have to appreciate him. If you watch out here, stakeholder engagement is an output of plan stakeholder engagement. And this is an output of identify stakeholders. Yeah, we did it, right? So here it is an input. Here it is an input. This is one process. This is one process. Now I know the people. Now I know how to handle them. I will look at some of the EEF and OPA. When I say EEF, EEF stands for Enterprise Environmental Factors. Your company has certain principles. You cannot go to video call. You have to use only telephone conversation. Or your company says the norms and conditions says that you should not share any digital data to them. Something can be there. So you have to follow the norms and conditions. Organizational processes talks about the lessons learned of the previous project. This is going to be here. But ideally, two important input here is you have to know whom you are going to work with and what and how they're going to handle it. When you know that, here it comes. If you watch out here in tools, by the way, whenever I say tools, don't think that it's a software. Whenever I say tools, don't think that it's a kind of a mechanic, a spanner or a cutting blade. No, it's not that tool. Here, tool is a concept. And when I say concept, meeting is a tool. Meeting is not a software, it's a tool. 4 people joining together discussing to each other is a tool, right? Expert judgment is a tool. Communication is a tool. Here the tool they mean is something helps to move forward, right? Don't search for tool in Google Store. It won't be available. Tool means something which helps you to move forward. Now in that, I love one thing very interesting in PMP. PMP talks a lot about interpersonal skills. Right? It's a very powerful one. I'm going to drill you with interpersonal skills next 7 days or 6 days. In interpersonal skills, this is part of leadership learning. We saw talent triangle, right? A triangle, which has a business, technical, and leadership. A leadership talks about interpersonal skills, which talks about how do you handle the conflict? How do you be culturally aware? How do you negotiate with people? How do you do political awareness? Why this is being discussed here? Because you're going to handle the stakeholders. A stakeholder can be a sponsor from Japan, can be a person from India, can be a person from Africa. You need to know their cultural factors. You cannot be blunt with everybody. You should know what you're talking, whom you're talking, right? Your language should be good. The way you write an email should be good. There are a lot of email ethics is there. A lot of small factors which will change your business upside down. Be very careful on what you do, right? Political awareness, yes, you should know. Politics is a very interesting factor. As I'm going to resource management to explain you, don't take politics something as a negative factor. Politics is part of life. You have to play that game. It's a game, right? I'll tell you what this game all about. Then ground rules setting up some of the meetings. What I want to tell you here is when you manage the stakeholders, you will take the number of people in organization. You have written a plan already along with them. Don't think you'll write the plan on your own. You will write the plan along with your team, along with the key stakeholders. You talk to them. You tell them, guys, what you want. You'll talk to sponsor. Okay, the project starting. How frequently you want us to deliver you? The sponsor says every 2 weeks, I want to see a demo. Okay, good. Every 15 days, I want a video conference. Very good. And every 3 months, I want someone else to visit our place and explain what they did. Amazing, good. This is what you'll understand as stakeholder engagement. Engagement is you'll understand how you're going to involve with the project. They have to involve with you and you have to involve with them. It's a mutual way, right? That's going to happen. Now, if this all happens, your project moves smoother. But when you do the managed work, what will happen is some changes can be recommended. It may not work as per the plan. We thought the plan should work well, but changes will come. For example, the classes are going like this. Somebody from this class can send a message saying that Shriram, this is not working. The echo is too much, or the lighting is not good. I can't hear you. Maybe you can explain a little more here. And that's a change request. So we'll try to accommodate it. Not every change will be accepted because just one stakeholder telling that it will not change for everybody. You have to confirm with other stakeholders also, right? If somebody says that the sound is not clear, I'm checking with everyone, is everything good? And everybody says yes, 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 yes. So I stop it. If not, I have to change something here, right? So the change request is something keep coming up. Here it is called as process change. The way how you handle people, an organization, there can be some recommendation to do changes, right? When you do that, there can be some update can happen. The stakeholder A, here there is a person called Ramesh. The Ramesh, how do you communicate before you did and after the communication, some changes came in. If changes to be done, we will update the way we communicate with Ramesh here. That's why stakeholder register is getting updated. To make it simple, stakeholder register is an Excel sheet. It'll have multiple columns. I'll have a name, position, their roles, their influence, and also I'll have a column talking about how to engage them. The way I'm engaging, I'll feel it is satisfied or not. If it is not satisfied, I'll make necessary arrangements to be good. For example, every 2 weeks, I have my customer from Montreal, Canada, where I have to communicate with them in an email with the status report. Imagine one day I'm getting an email, Shriram, the status report is good, but to be honest, when we read the report, we are not getting the clarity. Shall we do one thing? Whenever you send a report, we will have a video conference where you explain us the report. It will be faster to understanding rather than reading one by one. I feel it's a good idea. So I tell that, okay, let's do this. So what I do is for this Canada-based Montreal team, I will write an engagement plan. I'll write a plan saying that we're going to involve every 2 weeks. We're going to have a video call where I'm going to explain the data. So that's going to be updated in stakeholder register. And don't think that this all happens overnight. It's a continuous process. If you're working in a software company, your project will be only 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 3 months or 8 months, it'll be done. It will be keep on updated. If it's a dam construction, it can happen for 5 years or 10 years. In fact, I showed one of the projects which happened 10 years. Imagine the level of stakeholders involved. To be, I'll tell you very honest here, I'm into IT industry for the last 18 years. And I'll tell you that IT is not such a complicated project. People don't take it very seriously or don't take it so personal to you. I'll tell you, IT is not a so serious project. It's fine. It's a one of the component of some of the big projects. If you want to see the real projects, you ought to go and see oil rig. Have you seen oil rig? Oil rig which drills the oil from the ocean, right? That's a massive project. Dam construction, bridge construction, civil are our most complicated projects, very sensitive projects. Yeah, bridge went slightly down with the pillar, you can't bring it back. A pillar slant is slant only. In software, at least you can do Control Z and make it happen, right? You can do undo, or you can do version 2, version 3, version 4. You can fix a bug. Whereas a bridge cannot have version 2, version 2, version 3. It can't be there. A bridge is a bridge. A surgery, a kidney transplant surgery, 8 hours. One mistake, life is gone. You should be very careful on what you do. So sometimes IT is not such a great project. That's why they put that a simple system called as agile way to do it. So before doing that, you have to understand the framework of project management. On top of project management, you should learn agile, scrum, other chota factors, right? These are kind of ingredients, right? So when you understand, it'll be very interesting. Now, why I give all these points is, I know people here from different domains sitting here. So let's come out a little out of our domain and look at the world with the big projects and see how this is being handled. That helps you to become a great leader. That helps you to clear a lot of interviews, right? Okay, with this, I will move to the next segment. Okay. One thing I want to tell you, yeah, here it is. Okay, there are 3 factors going to come again and again in every part of your learning. One is called issue log, one is called change log, other one is called risk register. Sorry for my bad handwriting. Okay, now issue log, what does mean? What is change log? What is risk register? I'll try to help you. Someone is asking something, let me check quickly. Oh yeah, pharma is a big project, I agree. In fact, pharma is the highest demand in the world. You know, if you're not aware, the stat says that 17% of job increase is going to happen in pharma industry. It is good, at the same time it's bad. Pharma is not a good industry, right? It's going to give medicine for the sick people. So we're going to expecting more people to become sick. At the same time, the stat says that they're trying to increase the life expectancy. Anyway, there are ups and downs are there in the pharma industry. Okay, when I talk about issue, where I can start is I will talk about risk. Okay, risk. Risk talks about, if you have a paper and pencil next to you, please write it down. Risk talks about something on future, because risk is something which are predicting, which may happen. A power supply can go down, rain can happen heavily, or Amazon cloud server going down, or cement supply is not coming for the bridge construction. May happen. Has it happened? No. May happen. If you see something may happen, that's called risk. We create it as a risk register. That's a future event. It may happen, right? For this, we'll write some action plans. If this incident happened, what we have to do? That's called risk register. The next one is called as issue log. Issue log is current. Currently, something's happening in your project. Suddenly, my internet goes down. I planned something, but suddenly something happens here. So it's on current. When you talk about current problem, it's called as issue. And when you do the current problem, you have a lot of conflicts, people-related problem, stakeholder-related problem, all come into current situation. Now, I was talking about one is future. Okay, future is called risk register. Current, present is called as issue log. Change log. Change log will talk about past. Why am I saying past? Change means because of the risk, you make some changes in the plan. Because of some of the issue going to happening in the project, you will make changes in the plan. Whenever you make a change, it's going to impact your past. What do you mean by past? In the past, I have made a plan for scope, schedule, cost, quality. You're going to impact that past. If somebody didn't get a total concept 0, that's okay. If somebody got the information, fine. I'll repeat once more, but I'm going to do it again in the next classes, so don't worry. Quickly, 3 things are very important in your project management learning, right? One is you should know that there is something called risk register is there. To understand what problem can happen in the project in future, you will predict it. For 8 days of classroom training, internet can go down, power can go down, Shriram can get sick, laptop can go crash, your laptop can go crash, right? Like Sri Ganesh internet could go down. These are the risk predictions. Is it happen? No, but we'll predict it, make some actions accordingly. That is a future. Issue log. Issue is now. Hey Shriram, it's echoing. It's now. I never thought it's a risk. It happened now. I have to make some arrangements to that, right? That's the thing. My family knocking the door. It's an issue now. It's happening. That's issue. Now, issue under risk will make changes in your project. That's going to impact your past. Past is you did a plan already. You have to make some alteration. Nothing to worry now. If you got little on this concept, just hold with that. I thought of explaining rather than moving furthermore. Okay, good. And these topics are very easy for you. You would have listened to this already. Maybe when you listen through me, you may get some jargons, which is from the project management industry. Okay, I was talking about interpersonal skills. I think I spoke about the political negotiation. I'm going to explain more on that, not now. When you go to resource, I'll explain it. Now understand there is something called interpersonal skills. If you are looking into leadership track, without interpersonal skills, you cannot move one step forward. I have seen many people highly technical, very highly technical. Give a job, they'll do like this, like this. If you give a job where a person can do 5 hours, this person can do in 5 minutes. But this person sometimes is called as individual contributor. If the person willingly took that position, happy. But the company says that you cannot handle a team, then there is something missing. That something can be interpersonal skills. I have seen some of the highest qualified technical architects. They do job amazingly, but when I give a resource to them, ask them to make them to learn and do the work, this architect or technical person gives me one dialogue. That dialogue is so hard. They tell that rather explaining to this person, I can do this in 5 minutes. Have you ever heard this dialogue in your corporate life? Have you ever heard saying that rather explaining to someone, I can do it on my own? Yes, we have heard this in some of the corporates, some of the organizations. Yeah, if you're hearing that dialogue, it means you are working with a manager, not a leader. A leader is a person helps other person to learn, groom them, and then create one more leader, right? That's a basic thing of leadership skills. If we don't have that, we have to learn it. That's a skill. You may think that's a time consuming, but that's going to give benefit like anything, right? It won't happen overnight, but it is beneficial. That's how it's going to be. By the way, let me move on, because in resource management, I have this interesting topic. I don't want to open the ball gate here itself. I'll explain there. Okay, let's come to the last process of a stakeholder management. It's called monitoring. Now, I was identifying, then I was planning, then I was putting into manage stakeholders. Now I come to monitor. Here, the word monitor means watching out, is it going as per the plan? Straightforward. That's how it's going to be. But how do you do that? How do you do that? If you look out here, see, nowadays you're getting very, now it will be easy for you to understand. So this is an input from the stakeholder register, is an input from identify stakeholders, right? And the stakeholder engagement is an input from, sorry, output from plan stakeholder engagement, right? Right, you got it. With this too, I can manage the stakeholders, but I should know, have I done the job properly? If you want to know I've done the job properly, there is something called work performance data. The work performance data talks actuals. What I mean by actuals, actually every 2 weeks I had to do the video call to explain the report of what I gave. Have I done it? If I done it, that will be inside work performance data. This gives a clarity to me, am I working as per the plan or am I going out of the plan? Why I need this? Because I'm in monitoring stakeholder engagement, right? I'm in monitoring. When I'm in monitoring, I'll take the plan, I will take the register, I will take the actuals, what's happening as per day. I will see that. In fact, after the session gets over, I will relook at the video. I will relook at some of the chat messages, what you all typed in. Because as I'm taking classes, I cannot read the chat quickly and reply to you. Sometimes my reply also can be wrong. I will relook at it. That is nothing but work performance data. This will help me to tell that, am I within the plan or am I outside the plan, right? If it is within the plan, happy. If I'm outside the plan, I have to recommend for some changes, right? That's going to happen. Now to do that, I need a good amount of interpersonal skills, isn't it? I have to be an active listener. I have to see what Vika's saying. I have to see what Prabhu is saying. I have to see what Bharat is saying. I have to keep a watch on that. I have to see what is Pauline is saying, right? I have to watch that all the players are listening properly. Are they answering properly? This is called interpersonal skills. You do the same in your project. You keep a watch on that. You don't ignore people. You keep a watch, right? Because some people may be currently they be unaware. You remember it? What a bad handwriting I have. Okay. There's something called unaware. Then from unaware, you want to move them to supportive, isn't it? How do you move to supportive? It's a current, it's a desired. There is no partiality here. There is no bias here. Have you heard about bias? Not bias, computer bias. It's bias. Bias talks about you give importance to some person, you ignore other person, maybe because of gender, because of religion, because of region, because of skin complexion, because of the dress code, because of the country, because of the knowledge, because of something else. It's called unconscious bias. If you go to some of the learnings in unconscious bias, it's so shocking to see that the world is amazingly filled with unconscious bias. If you know some person very well, you try to favor them more. If you don't know the person, you try to avoid them. This all happens commonly, right? It's very much there. Anyway, again, I'll come to resource management on this. For now, I'll tell you that you are a leader. You should come out of all these factors of the bias thing happening around. For you, everybody is a human being. For you, everybody should be a contributing resource to your project. You should not look at them as a male and female. You should look at them, they are an amazing resource for your project. That's how you have to see. The moment you see them by gender, you lost the game. The moment you see them by the region, you lost the game, right? That's why when you go to topmost leader, they will not talk about based on the gender of the country or the color. They will talk about what contribution they can give, right? That's a very important part of listening skills and again, the leadership skills. Okay, quickly move on. Okay, I think Jagdishwaran, for your question, we spoke about representation techniques. That is nothing but what you see here, aware, unaware. We had a scale, right? Aware, unaware, the metrics. I think we saw that assessment matrix I showed you a few minutes back. Yeah, that's about representation. Representation talks about how you show the information. That's how it is. Anyway, I have to explain more about something interesting. I'll go to the next slide. What I do, I'll go to this is a place I want to explain it. Yeah, thanks, Jagdishran. Now, in this project management, there is something very interesting. I was explaining from last 2 hours about people, work, deliverables, right? There is someone is asking some work, that is customer, and some set of people waiting to do the work, and output could be results. Now, in between, there is something to understand how a work is happening. I know who is asking, I know who is working, I know what is output, but do I know that where my team is today? If I want to know how much a team has completed today, where my team is working today, I should know the lifeblood of the project. The lifeblood of the project starts with work performance data, which is nothing but, we also call it as WPD. It's very important in PMP. It is nothing but basic raw data. What do you mean by raw data? It means that how much of work completed by the team. By the way, how many hours a resource worked. For example, if a Shriram worked 40 hours per week, and in this 40 hours, Shriram completed in bridge construction, 1 pillar completed, in software development, 1 database design completed, that is nothing but work performance data. I'll repeat again. Work performance data is a basic raw data which team has done or completed, some movement in the project. Why you should know that? Every day you cannot give deliverable to the customer. Every day you cannot see something tangible coming out. But you should measure your project. You should know where is your project moving. For that reason, we need this information. I'm sure every one of you filling your time sheet every week. You fill 40 hours. Do you do that? Let me see. Only I'm doing it or other people also doing it. Did we do it? You like it, Ramesh? No. Okay, I know some of you don't like to fill it 8, right? Okay, so that 8 is nothing but work performance data. If you don't fill it properly, your company will not know, did Ramesh worked 40 hours? Ramesh worked 40 hours in which project? How much completed? See, a project is been allocated 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours allocated. In that, in this week, you did 40 hours, they deduct it. It will become 9,960 hours remaining work is there. This is how they measure it. If you don't fill the sheet, how do they know that how much completed, right? Output we'll see. That is a different story. First, I should do the lifeblood, right? I have to tell to my customer, guys, we have done 40 hours, 9,960 hours are pending. We're going to work. Okay, that's one part of data. Anyway, I'll explain more on this. And this data, okay, somebody's typing some message. Okay. Okay, 999. Someone is filling 999. Good. So now what happened is this data will become an information. The information is something like to make decision making. See, I said 9,960 hours work is pending. Now with this, I can tell to my customer, will I complete the work on time or it will be delayed, right? That is called decision making. So your data will help to make some decision. I can make some decision, can be completed or not. For example, if I look at my watch, it says some time. I look at the slides I covered, I'm running a little late. I know that as per the plan today, I will not complete the whole topic. So I made a decision, I will not complete as per the plan I said today. It will be get pushed to next Saturday. It's a decision. So the raw data will help you to make some decision. Now these two are interesting. Now this data and decision help you to make some formal report. Have you all heard about a term called KPI? Can someone tell me what is KPI? Key performance index. Yes, that's right. 3 performance indicator. Very good. Very good. Amazing. All are good there. Good. So thanks for the answers. See, key performance indicator. It's an indicator tells that how the project is progressing. See, if I want to give my project status to my upper management, I will not go and tell that Ramesh or Prabhu worked 40 hours per week. My upper management not interested on that. My stakeholder and sponsor is not interested on that. My sponsor wanted to know that we have progressed 5% in the project. We have improved the share value by 2.5%. This is what they want. How do you derive it? You will derive it based on the work, what the team did, and some of the implementation things or decisions happen, and finally it becomes a report, right? To keep it very simple, work performance data is a everyday activity what myself and my team do in the project. And information talks about where we are and how much you progressed, which will help us to forecast. And the report talks about the final output, that is a justification or KPI, right? If you understood a little bit here, I'm happy. If you're not understood, if you got 0%, that's okay. It's just for information purpose, but I will drill you as you go further more with this information. So some of you got information about this before I move to the next one. Okay, sounds good. I'm happy some are understanding faster. I know some of you read the books already, you will get the clarity. Some of you listening first time, it's okay. Allow your brain to digest it. Don't try to understand on the first day itself, it will take time. Some of the Hollywood movies, you will understand the first day. Some of the movies you watch it second time, you'll feel, oh, that's a meaning. Okay, now I got it, right? Some of you didn't understand the Matrix movie. They have to read the book multiple times to understand the Matrix movie, right? So it will take a little time. So now Inception. I remember this Inception movie. I was hearing someone snoring behind me. I was sleeping in the theater. So maybe it was in a dream world by the time. Yeah. So allow some time to digest. Don't try to gulp it one shot. It is, you can't gulp it. It take time. Give it time. Give it time. You are the leader, right? You have to digest it. Let me move to the next stage. Okay, that makes us to come to the last slide of stakeholder management. I'll quickly go back and recall all the content. It will help you. I know we're taking good time, but it's good to understand. So we have 4 processes out of 49 processes. You took today something called stakeholder management. Stakeholder means individual or organization who are going to directly or indirectly impact or impacted by the project. Understand? Impact or impacted by the project. Positively or negatively, right? It's like a big sentence. Now, when you understand this, it could be your team people, it could be your senior officials, it could be your sponsors, it could be your competitors. Yeah, don't think stakeholder means only within your company. It can be outside your company also. Now you will identify the list of people. Can I identify everything on the first day? No, it's a continuous process. First day, I'll have some people, second day, third day, fourth day, keep adding. As you keep on adding people in organization, some are important, some are little less important, some are powerful, some have highest interest. We put something called power interest grid. We put a quadrant and make a segment accordingly. Why we have to do that? Only when you do that, you can give your time effectively to the right people. If not, you may be talking to the unknown or unaware person who will kill your time. You can't spend time with the right person, so you have to spend the right people, right? For example, this 25-30 people are important to me. Your messages are important. I cannot see a message in my WhatsApp mobile now. I may have some relative very close to me, but the relative is not relevant to this project. Even now, 2 phone calls came to me, I didn't pick the call because you are my key stakeholder, rather this one. After 1 hour, you may become less important than this immediate person from my family. I have to attend them. But I'll reach out to you in the WhatsApp later. So you keep varying on the timeline, right? That's the point. Now you plan as engagement. You write a plan how we are going to manage them. You put a assessment matrix: unaware, aware, resistant, current and desire, where this person is, where to go. You have to do all this stuff. Then you will manage them. Manage means involving them in the project. You'll ask them questions, they'll explain it. You go to their venue, you will explain about the project, you show the demo to them. They will ask some queries, they'll show the unhappiness, happiness. This how you'll know. You'll go to monitor stakeholder. In monitor stakeholder, you monitor, am I working as per the plan? If it's not happening as per the plan, something wrong, make some corrections. So this will happen from the first minute of the project till last minute of the project. Don't think a stakeholder can be stopped in the middle of the project. No, you will get a new stakeholder in the last minute. You may get one stakeholder removed in the last minute. In football, you have seen that the player can be swapped anytime. A stakeholder keep on changing. An important football player will be shown a red card 1 minute before the match ends. That will change a match. I believe some of you seen the football, the last minute, the extra time, a person will be removed the red card. It's so amazing, right? It's so tense. So this all can happen. How do you handle it? That's about the project management. So see project management very broad and different segments. Now what we do, quickly we'll go to some question area. I believe some of you caught the essence, what I'm trying to explain. If you got the style I'm explaining, you'll be good for the next 6-7 classes and we'll get full subject. Here we go. Now I have 3 questions here. I'll tell you how to do this question. Fantastic. Thanks, Shriram. Now what I want to tell you here is, don't be urgent to answer now. Take a paper and pencil with you and mark answers in a pencil paper there. And once after 2-3 minutes, you all can give the answers. Now how to read the question. When you read the question, look at the question. Is it talking about past tense or present tense? Is it something happened or is something happening? One. And look out some of the key words which is connected to the project management. Now look at the question, mark the answer in the paper. I'll give 2 to 3 minutes, then you'll get the answers. Yeah, Pauline, I think it will be shared already with the team or it will come to you. Okay, I think you can see answers coming up. Cool, yeah, please start giving the answers. Let's see the answer. CAC. Okay, let me go one by one. Let's take the first question. The key objective of stakeholder management is the key objective. See, stakeholder means you're going to involve all the people in the project. And what is the objective? What is the ultimate goal? Of course, we need communication. Of course, we need coordination. Of course, we need relationships. What is the goal? Goal is satisfaction. If anybody chooses C as a first one answer, that's a correct thing, right? Okay, Prabhu got C. Okay, I can see a couple of them. Giri got C, first answer. Okay, here all 4 are correct. I want to, I know it's the first PMP question for you. In PMP, all the answers are correct answers. Only one will be the best answer. If I say the first question, all 4 are correct. Communication is good. Coordination is going to be good. Relationship is going to be good. But end of day, satisfaction. When I say stakeholders management, you will have sponsors, end users, your team members. Everybody should get satisfied with what they want to do. That's the objective of the whole management. Rest all ingredients of satisfaction: communication, coordination, relationship. Yeah. The key objective, not all stakeholders, the aim of management. That's what they're trying to say. The aim doesn't mean that satisfy all. You will have a negative stakeholder also, right? So you cannot mean that you have to satisfy everybody. Point is to keep them in the satisfaction circle with the communication, coordination, relationship. Okay, I know we'll get to one by one. I'll help you. Let's go to the second question. When you go to second question, let me look into it. See, the second question talks about a factor where as project manager, it's pointing to a project manager. As a project manager, you are unable to allocate time, right? Let's look at some key words here. First thing, as a project manager, it's a targeting a manager, not the project. So the question is targeting a manager. You're unable to allocate time. So you have a scarcity of time here. I would like to interact with your stakeholders. Which of the following stakeholder will you make it at priority? So now there is a less time, you have to give a high priority. Now, as a manager, what will be your opinion? I'm seeing that many of you chosen the answer as B. If you chose the answer as a B, that is correct. Why B is correct? I'll explain you why others are not correct. I'll tell you. First, let's go why it's correct. The manager of the department that will use the project, you have very lesser time. If you see here, you have very less time. I don't want to spend my less time with the person who is unfamiliar with the project. I don't want to spend my time with someone who is just a minute. Oh, sorry. It's killing me. Okay. I don't want to spend time with someone who's not interested in the project. It will take time to explain them. Rather, I can explain to the manager of the department who is going to use the project, who is known to be resistant to change, right? Resistant to change can be of aware, but resistant can be positive also. But when I look at the answers, this too looks a little gray, whereas this looks better. Is this explanation connecting with you? For some of you, it may be new. For some of you, it may be connecting to you, right? It happens. I'm trying to help you. Don't think that I am giving the best answer in the world. I'm trying to give an idea. PMP exams is a mystery. So it will be sometimes a twisting a great expert also. I'm trying to help you how to look at the question, right? That's what point is. Let's learn together. I'm also learning with you. Let's do it. Let's go to the third question. Yes, stakeholders believe about our mental picture of the future. I know it's a very straight question. It's talking about future. I'll tell you, requirement is not a future. Heuristics means thumb rule, and constraints, it's an alien word. We have to remove it out here. So expectations. So stakeholders believe about a mental picture. Mental picture means this guy's expectation. Stakeholders expectation. It's a straight word as you understand the English term, but I got it. Let me see how you got it. Yeah, good. Okay, in these three questions, I try to make you understand how these people are looking into answers, how they will target you. Let me show the answer and justification. And next time, what are the three questions? Here, I will allow you to answer. I just gave a ground for you. So this I put an explanation and also the answer. When you look at the video again, you will get the clarity. You can read it and get more clarity. Now, what we do is, let's go to this one. Look at the question one. Take 1.5 minutes and give an answer for the first question. After that, we'll go to the second question. Wow, amazing. I think this team is doing a good job. You guys are interesting. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, the question is asking for the degree to which a particular stakeholder may be able to positively negatively affect a project. When you say affect the word, it goes to influence. I think you all got it. Amazing. I'm happy about it. Most of you got the right answer. I don't see none of them had a wrong answer here. Good choice. Good team. That's a good choice. Good way to start. Let's go to the second question. And this is a little tricky because this question you can answer only when you read the book fully. Let's give a try. Okay, Vikas, to answer your question, there is nothing called level of engagement as per PMP books. We have level of influence and impact. Only two topics are discussed, and influence is going to affect your project. That's why you put the answer D. First question you're going with the B will be the option. B is interest. Here we're talking about affecting a project. Interest can be something they take more responsibilities on the project, right? Influence can be of plus and minus, both can happen. That's why they went with D for the first answer. Okay, the second answer, I'm getting something, someone made the right choice. I saw that. If someone chosen as a yes answer for second question, that's correct. I know this question is a little tough. I will not tell it's an easy question. If you look at here, in an effort to identify stakeholders who may be affected by your project, see they give a big paragraph here, but end of thing, this register can be used as an input to what? What register is this? This is nothing but stakeholder register. They're asking where I can use a stakeholder register. Stakeholder register can be used to collect the requirements. If I know who is going to be involved in the project, I can talk to them and get the requirement of the project. I can also plan some of the risk activities along with them. What all risk can happen in the project. Rest all are some made up statement. Here and there some mistakes in this part, so it is all wrong. This is called as ITTO questions. As you read the book fully and you get the flow of it, probably you'll get it. It is not something by makeup you'll get it. You will get it by understanding. If I'm reading this question, I will see the requirement gathering can happen only when I know the set of people in my project, right? That's a way. I know this question is a little tricky. It's not that straightforward. I will see people what they're saying. Oh, people went to third one. Some of them answered yeah for the second question. I appreciate it. You made it as a random try or with understanding. It's a really right choice. Good. Let's go to the third question. This question you can answer if you have some logical thought. Look at the question. Okay, that's great. Thanks, this good one. Let's go to the third question. In third question, see, I will tell you, look at, is this question asking for the manager or for the project? Here, they're talking about a manager. Okay, it's not about the project, it's about the manager. Okay, is it a past tense or the present tense? I feel it's a present tense happening. On a multinational website implementation project, is a party and talks to friends who will be heavy users, a very important stakeholder of the website. When the project is complete and the site is rolled out, they describe some annoying aspect of the current website. The project manager takes the feedback and encourages design and scope change. Encourages, not implemented, encourages. Which of the following best describes what the project manager has done? Again, repeat it. We have to watch out the question. Is it asking the manager or about the project? Project is a collection of things. Project manager is an individual person. Now they're asking what the manager has done. Now let me see your answers. I'm getting multiple answers, C, B, D, good. If you've chosen C, that's a right choice. What happened here is, I'll try to clear it off. What happened here is, I'll tell why other answers are not there. Scope validation. Scope validation happens at the stage when you complete the work and you show us a demo to them. It's a UAT, right? Scope validation. So we are not doing scope validation here, right? Why not scope planning? We don't have a statement called scope planning. And again, planning is not happening here, right? So planning may not be the answer. Integrated change control can come. When means when this new design has been went to analysis, change control board, CCP has approved it, it will go to change control system. But we have not done that part. So integrated change control also will not come. Now, how do you say it's a stakeholder analysis? Means as a project manager, I am discussing with a heavy user of the project and understanding some of the annoying aspects of it. So I'm trying to analyze a stakeholder. I'm trying to find out what kind of stakeholder and what is their expectations of the project, right? So that's why it's called stakeholder analysis. It's one of the tough question. I'll tell you it's not an easy question, it's a tough question. They have not performed CC. Yes, they're not done it. They're not done the CC here, so it won't go to integrated change control. I know it's a tough question. Some of you chosen the answer C. If you chosen with a consciousness, yes, it's right. If some of you missed the answer, don't worry about it. I'm trying to help you to understand. Look at the question. Is it asking the manager or about the project? But if you understand, it's interesting. I put a tough questions here so that when you go to real exam, it'll be easy. I will be guiding you step by step as you go forward. I'm trying to help you to understand how a question will look like, how you should look at the question. Because we are not coming from the real management in our life. I'll tell you, out of the people here, 30 people, there will be a lot of people who already worked in end-to-end project. You can understand well. I'll tell you, at least 70% of people in this group may not work end-to-end. So it will be tough for you. So we'll understand step by step. Okay, stay with me. Options is requirements gathering, requirements analysis against stakeholder analysis. Which one would be right? Jagdish, we cannot just go by that. I know you like to change some words and terms. If you start doing that, there is no end for this. It will keep on going. Or one word, one sentence will change the total question. But if I want to make you understand well, yes, if they talk about stakeholder understanding, stakeholder analysis given there, yes, we can go for that also. Chances are there. But again, whenever you look for the PMP question, restrict yourself with understanding. Is it asking for the manager or is it asking for the project itself? And understand what they are trying to question you. Find the keywords in the question as I did now. That will help you. Can you learn it on the first day? No. Did anybody learn cycling on the first day? Do anybody learn cycling on the first day here? No, you cannot. You cannot. It will take time. For brushing, you learned at least 3 months from your parents how to hold the brush, right? So it will take little time, but it's possible. It's very easy. Great, that's good. Good to know. So that makes us to come to end of stakeholder management. What I've given is only a flavor to you. What I'm going to do is through ShriLearning website, every day you're going to get one question. It will have some answers like this. We will discuss about the answer and we'll get the right answer in the website. So that will make you to learn every day one new question from different topic, right? That's a plan we have. That's one other engagement plan we have did. Okay. So that puts you to the end of the stakeholder learning. I know we took a lot of time. Let's go furthermore. I know the first 2 days it will take a lot of time, and third day on it will get pick up because you will be in the rhythm with me. Just I put a justification for you, and that makes us to learn this stakeholder management. Now what I do is we're going to go to communication management. Before go to communication management, I want to show the big picture again to tell you where we are. So what we did so far what we did is we have learned stakeholder management. In stakeholder management, we understood that we have to identify the people, an organization. We have to plan them. We have to manage them. We have to monitor them. Then you answered some questions. You got some idea. Now what you're going to do, you're going to learn one of the easiest subject called as communication management, but it's a backbone of a project. I'll tell you, in the world, they're saying that 25% of the project only getting successful, 75 failing. And when they analyzed all the failing projects, they understood one interesting factor says that because of lack of communication, projects are failing. Lack of communication from upper management to the lower management team. And strategy changes, priority changes by the organization, because of which a lot of projects failing. There are many companies, suddenly the priority will be changed. Last year, that project will be very important. Next year, things will change. If you go to government, every 5 years or 4 years, when the government changes, a project priority will change. That will derail a lot of projects. I believe many of you agree with me. Every country has the same thing. Don't think only it's a developed or developing country. Any country in the world, when the government changes, all the project system will go to lower priority. And that will get a trouble. And that communication doesn't go to all the level, doesn't percolate to down. That creates a lot of trouble, right? Many times you have heard about it, but now you are a leader and you are responsible not to say that it will fail. See, so far what happened is you are very happy cushion mode, telling that my leadership is not good, my office is not good, my corporate is not good, that manager is not good. It's so happy to do. Today, you become that manager, you become that leader, you become that CEO, you become that political leader. Now you take that responsibility. Whatever finger pointing you did, that should not happen on you. It means we should learn these principles and start implementing. That's a goal of this exam, or a goal of this learning, right? Okay, let me go to the next stage. Okay, someone is saying here, Vikas says one of my projects was scrapped at the final stage because of strategy. Yeah, because strategy change, you can't do anything. Strategy is strategy. They say, we don't want it, don't want it. That's it, can't do anything. Anyway, that's a big thing. I have a lot of examples like this. You can talk whole day, but anyway, we'll restrict to the time here. So what I do is I want to show you one other project, which is talking about, come on, man. My Zoom is crazy today. Okay, I will take you to some McDonald's project. Please confirm me the audio.
In the fast food sector,
Hey guys, please confirm the audio. I know my system is making some bug. Perfect. Okay. Good, you guys made my day great. Okay, let's listen to this one of the successful project.
Convenience is king. Mobile tech is transforming consumer expectations, and it's either disrupt or be disrupted. But McDonald's was at risk of falling behind, so it launched one of its most aggressive projects to date, a bold tech play that would let consumers choose how they wanted to order and pay.
It's about reinventing ourselves. It's about showing our customers we're being aggressive in how we move forward with technology and the experience that we want our customers to have at McDonald's.
The marching orders came straight from the top. In March 2017, McDonald's president and CEO Steve Easterbrook made a bold commitment to the company's shareholders that McDonald's would deploy mobile order and pay in 20,000 restaurants globally by the end of the year.
Having this goal set in a public venue, the overwhelming reaction of the team was fear and anxiety and excitement all at once.
Yet throughout the project, the PMO faced a barrage of change requests from internal business leaders and independent owner-operators. So the team established a change control board that met every week to validate or reject updates based strictly on how they would impact the customer experience.
Restaurants were getting the app and they came back with requests to do it differently. If we had allowed for all those changes to organically just fold into the work, we would have never gone live on time.
By staying focused, the team got the job done. McDonald's customers can now place custom orders, access special offers, and pay for their meals on a mobile device. They can pick up their food at the counter, in the drive-thru, or have it delivered curbside. In-store kiosks, digital menu boards, and a partnership with Uber Eats round out the project scope, all of which was delivered in just 9 months.
There were so many people when this thing was started said that it would not be possible, that we were going to be unsuccessful. And I personally believe that the establishment of the global PMO, the creation of the governance structure, and the establishment of all the project management disciplines was fundamental and critical to making this effort successful.
The project closed 1 month early and nearly $10 million under budget, and it's already showing a real ROI. In the U.S. alone, more than 20 million users have registered with McDonald's mobile app. Results delivered through a combination of flexibility and rigor.
It's managed chaos, and if you don't have the right discipline in place, that chaos will take advantage of you. So this is about making sure that we're following the right principles and making sure that the entire organization is behind what we're doing, and you only can accomplish that by having the right project management principles in place.
Cool. I believe it gives some information. What is the last sentence? Yeah, did someone listen to the last sentence? Let me listen to it. Discipline, yeah? ROI. Oh, my Jagdish, you are always an ROI. Okay, I think Jagdish, I think Nikhil got it. Communication with all stakeholders are going regularly. That's good, Varun. You got that point. Amazing. Right. You guys are right. Principles. Right, discipline principles. Nikhil was pointing out there, and Varun was saying that, right? Yeah, ROI is important. I'm not saying no, but right principles. See, sometimes I feel in industry, people are fighting for methodology in the market. Some people tell that waterfall is good. Some people tell agile is good. Some say Scrum is good. Which certification to do? I'll tell guys, don't fight for it. It all just methods in the market. First, understand the principles of management. PMP tries to explain you the principles and framework. On top of that, you can put any method you want. They didn't tell which method they used. They said principles. What you're learning here is principle, right? The framework is very important, and the discipline is important. And like Varun mentioned, made sure communication with all stakeholders are going on regularly. That's very, very vital. I'm showing you only successful projects. I have some failure projects also. I'll show a little later. I don't want to demotivate you now. I want to motivate, so I'm showing this. When the principles are not properly followed, there are some flaws going to happen. How is that? I'll show in next upcoming session videos. But one of the things which you have to make clear that communication is a lifeblood of any project. Let's see that. Okay, I think we saw this part. Okay, now we have 3 processes which you're going to learn here. Yeah, that's right, Pauline, you got it. Now, planning, executing, monitor, and control. We have plan communication, manage it, monitor it. I'll make it very simple. In this 8 days of class session, we planned how the communication should happen. You should go with the LinkedIn, which reach out to your profile and understand what is your background. You should go with your communication through WhatsApp. You have to go with the Zoom communication, email communication. Beyond that, some people call me over the phone to understand what it is. Yeah, there are certain things. These are the planned communication. Managed communication, it's happening, right? We are right away using the Zoom, WhatsApp, chat, right? These are technology of communication. Now we have to go beyond that. Let me show one by one. By the way, can someone tell me in a leadership track, how much percentage of your time you spend in communication? Just give a guess. How much percentage of? Oh man, okay. Abhiram says 99, Varun says 95, 80, 75. Major, that's a good answer. Check this one, 40, Vikas, J, 90. Okay, okay, most of the time. 300% greed is too much, man. You want to spend 300%? I put 30%. Okay. Some of you made the right choice. The book says that 90% of your time goes in communication. But don't think communication means just speaking without breathing like what I'm doing now. No, that's not the communication. Communication is every mode of thing, message, what you convey. For example, if I ask my team to come for a meeting by 6:30 and I'm going for the meeting by 6:35, there I'm communicating a message. I'm not interested on the project. Maybe one day, if you do second day again, it's a mistake, right? I'm asking my team to come in a formal dress code, but I'm not going the formal dress code. I'm communicating some message, right? And I'm delivering to my customer beyond the date what I committed. I'm communicating some message there. The product is not up to the quality. I'm communicating some message. I'm very consistent on giving high quality, like Sony was doing for so many years, like Audi engine never fails. That is a communication. Audi is communicating to the world that our engine never fails. In extreme weather conditions, it will work. Toyota says that our car brakes never fails. It's amazing, great. That is communication. Don't get driven by communications, always speaking, right? When you go to leadership track, what action you do, everything is a communication. Mahatma Gandhi would have given some communication, and Nelson Mandela would have given some communication, Anna Teresa would have given some communication. Now, as a leader, as a manager, when you work in a project, what you do is a communication. Apart from that, there are a lot of ways of communicating. One is speaking, sending emails, deliverables, presentation, work performance data. These are some sort of communications. So don't get driven by only speaking as a communication. The action, what you do is a communication. So let's see some part of those communications. Okay, yeah, 90% of our time spent in communication. Here it is. First, you have to plan the communication. How do you plan the communication? If you look at the leftmost, can someone tell me what is the important input in all this? By now you got a little familiar with some of the, what to say, inputs, tools and techniques. Can someone tell me what's the important one of these inputs? Of course, yeah, that's right, that's right. Yeah, stakeholder engagement plan is important, Tejas. I'm not saying no, but I feel stakeholder register is first important because I should know, right, whom I'm going to communicate, right? Of course, Tejas pointing out this point, yes, it's important, but beyond that, I feel stakeholder register is very important. I should know whom I'm going to talk, what this guy want, right? And also look at my EEF and OPA to look at my historical records, look at some of the policies. Your company will have some policy. Don't think that you run on your own in a project, right? If you're working for any company, AT&T, or it could be Verizon, it could be Yahoo, Google, they have some principles, policies. You have to follow that. There are norms and conditions. You have to follow that, right? That all EEF part, it comes into that. Now, in communication, when you plan it, you will plan a communication in 3 areas. One is called technology. I'll tell what are they. Then models of communication, method of communication. Communication is one of the smallest chapter. Questions also will be a little easy. Much of them is easy, right? People easily read the subject within 1 or 2 days. Now, communication, what you have to do is you have to plan it out. How to plan it out? When I say technology, I believe I should have some slides for you. Technology talks about what are tools we use in the market. I'll come to technology and come back. Sorry. Okay, it's not in the slide. Okay, technology talks about the medium, whatever you use. It could be of a telephone, it could be of an email. Now we are using Zoom. Those days they were using printed letters. They were using memos. These are technology which is used to communicate the information between both the parties, right? That's technology. Now there are something called model of communication and method of communication. Let me explain one by one. Let me go to first, we'll talk about some of the methods of communication which is happening. When I say methods of communication, I'll tell that it can be formal communication, it can be informal communication. I'm sure you all learned this in your school and college days. It's not a new term, but informal communication, you have certain things are written, certain things are verbal. When you give a proper presentation, it is a verbal, formal communication, and written, you'll have something on charter, documents, SOW, right? These are some of the things. Long distance communication can be a written, sealed copy of documents sent to their places, right? By the way, please note down, as per the PMP, email is an informal communication. When I say email, an email just says that I'm approving $10,000 is informal communication. But if you put in a digital signature as an agreement between both the party, that can be a formal. In the email, you have a digital signed document that can be formal. But just typing saying that I'm approving $10,000, right? It won't be considered as a formal communication. But if you both the company agree to one another in the SOW, even if you send an email, it's a formal. Yes, that's how it works. But as per the PMP, email doesn't go into formal communication. If it's digitally signed, chances are there. Right, that's how it is. So now, I know these things you learned in school days. I don't want to bore you with this topic, but understand that these are some of the methods under some more level. I'm going to come there. Before that, I want to show you something called model of communication. I'll show model of communication and I'll come to this formula. The model of communication is here. Your exam question will have only this three area because in communication only small topic. You will have something called model of communication where one is encode, you transmit the message and the person receiving will decode. As a Shriram, I'm having a PMP subject with me. I'm encoding in a language called English. I'm transmitting it to you. You are receiving the message and you decode it in the form what you want. You don't need to decode exactly what I'm saying. You can decode in a way you want, right? So this is called model of communication. And this is very simple, straightforward. Encode, message, and decode. And one thing interesting is called as noise. Noise means a barrier which is not allowing the person to get the message. For example, if I'm communicating here, I have one person from different country who don't even understand one English word. So it's going to be a noise for that person. Noise means it's not a sound here. Noise is a barrier which is not allowing them to understand. Noise can be kind of, for example, I have one college graduate here, and this person don't even know anything on the management. So what am I going to explain here? It's going to be a noise for this person. That's called a model of communication. Okay, quite interesting. Heavy thundering and raining. Okay, fine, Ramesh. Now, let me talk about method of communication. Now, I was talking about method of communication where I said formal, informal, right? These all fall under some three category. I'll tell you what it is. Now, method of communication, three methods of communication are there. Exam question will come in this area. The one method is called push method. Push method is the push method of communication. You send letters, you send memos, you send email, you push the message towards them, right? That's called push method. You don't expect reply from them, just you push the message. That's a push communication. That's one method of communication. Second method of communication is called pull method. The recipient will go to website, go to the board and read the information. That's called pull method. For example, your company will have HR policy. The HR policy you may not expect as an email. You go browse and read it, right? That's going to be a pull communication. For example, if Amazon has a lot of shareholders, okay, and Amazon has a board meeting. In the board meeting, some decision happened. Amazon no need to send mail to thousands and lakhs of shareholders. Rather, they'll publicize in the website. Anybody can go and download and read it. That's called pull method. Or there is a bridge construction happening. You are driving by that side. They put a board that sorry for the inconvenience. The roads are not good here. That's a pull communication. Government no need to come to every door, ring the bell and tell you, you know what, there is a bridge work happening, road is bad. They can't do that. They put in a board, you go and read it. That's a pull communication. Okay, so that's push and pull. These two are interesting, and one is very, very powerful, which is been adopted from agile methodology for a long time, which is called as interactive communication. In interactive communication, it's a two-way communication where you have a phone calls, you have a video conferencing, face-to-face meeting. This is the most powerful communication. Of late, I'm seeing that people are avoiding going by emails. Rather, they go and meet the person in person and talk to them. I have a video call. How many of you preferring this session today because I opened the video call, right? If I hidden my face, I'm taking the classes here. I'm not sure you'll be able to get the content. I'm not sure whether you are seeing my video. Sometimes when you see the video, when the person speaking to you, the level of understanding can be faster than what don't see them by face to face, right? Some people prefer classroom training because of that reason also. Okay, I'm seeing some chat coming up. Let me see the chat here. Interactive, more engaging. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good, right, Giri? That yeah. The point is, I permanently, specifically open my video session. I'm not sure many trainers are doing it. I did it because I want people to see me. Because without seeing the face reaction, you don't understand what I'm speaking. It'll be like a blind dark room. Even though you don't understand the sentence, when you look at my face reaction or the expression, you will get the idea. That's called interactive communication. It's very important, right? Nowadays, I'm seeing my grandmother is going with the WhatsApp video call. She's enjoying things happening, right? So that's interesting. So this is very important, interactive communication. I'll tell you the reality of this importance. Sometimes what happens is to my team, if anything to happen, I don't write an email to a department. Let's say my team want to get a laptop. Being in IT industry, getting a laptop is a big task. So getting a laptop for the new joinee, I will not write an email directly. What I do is I'll get down from the building A and I walk to building B. In the building B, the IT department is there. I'll go to the desk, sit with them and talk to them for a few minutes. Hey, what's happening, man? Did you watch yesterday football match? Wow, amazing. Yeah, great goals. Superb. I enjoyed match. All discussion happened. Then they, Shriram, what's happening, man? Hey, Ramesh, you know what? 3 guys joined my team, man. They're looking for a Mac PC. Unfortunately, I'm not getting it. Do you have any stock there? The IT department says, hey, it's there, Shriram. I can give it to you. It's your team, right, man? I will give it. Oh, really? Can you? Yeah, this evening you'll get it. But Shriram, when you go back, just put one email, no? Just formal email. That's okay. You'll get it. Many a times it worked out. I'll be very honest, it worked out. I'm not going only for benefit with them, but I'm creating a human relation. The interactive communication makes a good gel. End of the day, it's a human, right? A project is not a machine. Project is something between people. You go talk to people, understand them. One day he or she will come to me, talk to me, Shriram, what's happening? How things are going? Can you do this favor for me? Yeah, I will do it. We are not skipping the process, but we are making very interactive. And this is part of interpersonal communication. When you are a leader, when you are a manager, you have to drop that 3-letter word in your life. You know what is a 3-letter word which starts with the E? Oh yeah, Abhiram puts it rightly. Yeah, it's ego. You have to drop that ego. Your shoulder should go down. I don't mean you to bend down, but sometimes you shouldn't have the ego telling that I am the manager, I am the tag holder. You know whom you're talking with me. It doesn't work out. End of the day, human factor. You go and talk to them. Hey guys, come on, let's do it. It's our team. Let's win it. People join with you. And interactive communication, don't take it as informal. It's formal communication. Also there, informal also is. It's up to us how to set it up. If you set an agenda and if you make a plan, it's a formal communication. For example, this training is a formal communication. We have set up an agenda, we made a timeline, so it's happening video conference. Tomorrow, when we give you 35 PDUs, and when you go for the exam with the PMI Institute, we are responsible to answer this kind of training happen. And that's a formal communication PMI expect from us. I cannot tell it's informal, it's a formal, right? So that's depending on the mode, how do you set it up. Good. I think I gave a little idea here. What I do is, now I have to go back. I have to show some more slide to you, right? Okay, this is an interesting factor. Another interesting factor in communication. Hey, by the way, I have another 15 minutes to wrap the session. Can I take another 10 to 15 minutes from you, say extra time, to cover up some of the questions in my communication part? If you are good with that. Okay, okay. I know some of you in India time, some of you different time. Abhiram, I know it's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning for you. I'll take another 15 minutes extra from you. Okay, thanks, guys. Okay, okay, good. It's okay. I'm ready. Thanks, man. And I'm shooting the time because I'm going in a rhythm. I don't want to stop it. I can complete some part for here. Now, there is something called a communication channel. The channel talks about how many channels of people we have to communicate. There is a formula and expect an exam question for this formula. They call it as n into n minus 1 by 2. Please have a paper pencil next to you. I'm going to give some calculations. Now, n stands for number of people. Number of people. Let's say if 10 people here, so it will become 10 into 9 divided by 2. What's the answer? I believe 45. Is that right? I'm going wrong. Oof, I went wrong one. Okay, sounds good. Yeah. So now point is, what do you mean by models? Pauline, you didn't get the model of communication. Okay, I have to repeat. What I do is I quickly tell you, model of communication, what I said is encode, transmit the message and decode it, right? Now, when I say model of communication, we send a message, a person receiving it is going to decode it. And the transmitting is called message. And if there is a barrier, it's called as noise. That's a model of communication I was telling to you. I believe you got that, Pauline. If not, I'll go to a diagram later once I complete this formula. Okay, now, one more question. What's the question here? Malhar is asking, how is communication model relevant in PMP? Why it's not relevant? I'm surprised. Malhar, it should be relevant, right? You should understand that as a leader, as a manager, what are the models of communication happen when you transmit the message? If a person is unaware of the project, it's a barrier. You have to clear the unawareness and make them support you so that they can communicate well. Don't expect every line explained in PMP will talk only the ROI of the project. Don't expect every line explained in PMP will talk only cost management, schedule management. No, project is very broad. What we're going to learn cost and the schedule after 2-3 weeks, that's going to talk about core factors. Apart from that, a lot of ingredients make a project, right? So what happened is, since we have not seen a project top to bottom, we may not connect these things are important or not. When someone goes to a big university with the MBA, they will make sure to learn all these factors. That's what PMP putting here. I try to help you understand that. Okay, let's go back. So now channels of communication talks about number of potential communication channel. Potential means if 2 people are there, what is the channel of communication going to be there? I'll quickly show that what will be there. Oh man, today's Zoom is making me a lot of fun. Okay, so now if you watch out here, this picture is very interesting. You have 2 people here. When you have 2 people, what will happen is the channel of communication is going to be 1, n into n minus 1 by 2. And when you have 3 people, it goes into 3 channels of communication because n is 3. When we say 4 people, 4 into 3 divided by 2, it becomes 6. 6 channels of communication. It means he can talk to she can talk to her can talk to this man. It goes zigzag. So it means that when you are communicating in a forum, when you are communicating to the stakeholders, you'll be very cautious what you speak. That's why when you go to bigger town halls, you can see the leadership team will be very careful on what they speak. They will not randomly give some promise. They will not randomly approve something. They will be very cautious on what they talk. You should be careful. I have seen many people sending emails with a big distro group without thinking who is inside the group. It is always a good practice to send an email only to the right person. But what happened is our people put the mail to the right person. In the CC, they put a lot of distro to tell to the world that I'm working. That will not help you. That will put you in trouble. You have to be very careful whom you are sending mails. I never seen a leader sending a group email. A leader will always send a mail to the right person, what they did, right? So these are some of the mail ethics. We learned a little bit on this. Yeah, because. So now what I'll do is I'll show you a part. See, it's nothing but to understand how many number of people in the room, how many set of stakeholders you have. Based on that, the communication will vary, right? Let's take, I'm looking into Zoom. Zoom, I'm having 30 people here. Can someone tell me now our channel, we have 30 people here. Can someone tell me what is our channel of communication? 30 into 30 minus 1 divided by 2. So it will become 30 into 29 divided by 2. Someone got the answer already. 435 channels of communication. Oh my goodness, look at the number. So it can be 435 channels of communication. So if I'm going to say something correct here, it's going to be reached within you guys, 435 channels of communication. If you're going to make something wrong, it's going to be wrong across all the board. So the channels of communication is helping you to understand what are the potential chances of communication. I'll go back to the slide to show you what it is. You can read this number of potential communication channels, permutation, combination, like what you put, what all can happen. Why we have to learn this? We should know that as a leader, as a manager, as a project manager, we have set of people reporting in the project, customers, stakeholders, end users. We should be very good on what we communicate. And we discuss in communication management part, right? Now, Pauline, for your understanding, model talks about encode, message, decode. In between, you have a noise. Once everybody receives a message, you give a feedback. For example, in this class, many of you say, yes, I got it. Some of you ask questions. It's a kind of feedback. I come to know that, are you understanding or not? And then we have a method of communication. So in communication, there are only few things. One is method of communication, and I show model of communication. The other one is called as a formal informal. That's also method of communication under this interactive push mode. And also we have something called channel of communication. In exam, you will expect little amount of question, but channel of communication, one question may come. So they'll give you formula and make you calculation. I have one question here to show you. I'll show that in a few minutes. Now that's about it. Yeah, formal, informal, written. Okay. Now manage communication. So I give a base to you. I will cover two processes for you before we go for the question section. In manage communication, what you do, you take the plan. The plan is written based on your stakeholders' input. Stakeholder says that we like to have an email communication every week. We like to see a demo as a video call. It's a managed communication plan written down. And you know the people whom we are going to work with. Who we are going to work with? Stakeholders. Now, sometime back I explained you, issues talks about current things happening in the project. Change talks about something past plan which are going to change. And now I'll explain you. Stakeholder register talks about whom we are going to communicate. Plan talks about how you are going to communicate. And these are all going to talk about what you are going to communicate. Okay, whom, how, what. And this is what the inputs. How do you do that? Using the methods. Methods, I said, pull, push, interactive. And technology, you know internet, you know something board. Don't think that internet and telephone will help everywhere. If I am in the construction industry, if I want to talk to the labor working there, I cannot send him WhatsApp. I cannot send him email. I have to take the microphone and start shouting to them, guys, move all the cement slab from here to there. That's a technology we have to use, right? So it depends on the industry where you are. And to do that, you should have interpersonal skills. And did I say that interpersonal skills is very important? Yes, very important. When you're in communication, active listening is important. What do you mean by active listening? Hearing is different than listening. I know even now some of you are hearing, not listening, because some distraction will be there. Mobile will be there, maybe sleepy mode, feeling hungry. It's raining heavily. Some distraction will be there. Coming out of the distraction and listening carefully, it's very vital. If you do that, your project will move efficiently. If the plans are not good, you make changes accordingly. Stakeholder engagement not good, make changes accordingly, right? Changes will happen as you move forward. Yeah. See, listening is an art. Don't think everybody has a listening skill by birth. No, by birth, some of you, not every one of you, got the hearing ability, but only few people mature it to the listening skill. When I say listening skill, active listening, looking at the emotions behind the word, understanding the circumstance, understanding the depth of the content, why they are saying it, is there any meaning behind that? But a human being has some tendency. Whenever you listen a subject, you will quickly see how it will impact me. If I talk about my car went into trouble as in don't put it to service. When I say this statement, many of you quickly think about your car and your renewal and your service. Your brain will quickly work for your benefit, right? This is called internal listening. 90% of the population has internal listening. Whenever they listen, they first take to themselves. And only few percent of the people take it to the next level of listening. By the way, it's not the part of our topic, but I'll tell you, next level of listening called as focus listening. In focus listening, you try to understand from the brain, from the point of the speaker, what the speaker is trying to say, right? That's called focus listening. The first and finalmost stage, the topmost stage is called global listening. In global listening, you'll start understanding the emotion behind the words, why they say it. Is there any meaning behind that? You'll understand it. Most of the top leaders or religious heads or someone so top in listening ability will have a global listening. That's the reason if you talk to some of the CEOs of the company once and you meet the same person after 2 years, the person will call you by name and tell you, you know what, we met by last year August, right? You'll be surprised. Oh man, you still remember me? That's the global listening they have. They'll get the full circumstance where you are, who are you, they'll observe you fully and they'll get the content. But unfortunately, 90 or 80% of people go only by internal listening. Whenever you say some topic, they'll first take to themselves, right? That's a problem we have. We have to come out of that. Anyway, I'll take a topic on this later sometime. Meeting management and tools and techniques. Meeting management, Sri Ganesh is very important point. Okay, Sri Ganesh, the meeting management, right? I think this is one of the art where you set the agenda for the meeting. Okay, you should have a clear agenda, you have a timeline, and you should have a proper goal for the meeting. If that's not going to happen, this communication will not go well. Since you asked the question, put it. I will say some of the managers and lead managers, they call for the meeting by 3 o'clock, but they'll come by only 3:05. Okay, and there won't be any agenda for the meeting. I'll tell the right thing to do. If the meeting is going to start by 3 o'clock, you should be there by 2:58. You have to set up your laptop, your room, lighting, everything should be ready. You should not do that by 3 o'clock. You should do by 2:58. 3 o'clock, meeting should start exactly. Whoever comes, you shouldn't wait. The meeting should start because you have to respect the people who came on time. If you don't start by 3 o'clock, you wait till 3:10, then what's the meaning of the people who came on time, right? You have to respect them. And then agenda should set for the meeting. Meeting agenda should be exactly followed. I have seen some of the leaders who conduct as per the meeting agenda. They will not go out of it. But if the meeting is 3 to 4 o'clock, 3:45 or 3:55, they will stop there. Until that, okay, we are good, we'll stop here. We will start wrapping up the content, whatever they discussed. And they give some action item for the people in the room to do it for the next meeting. This is good meetings management system. If you don't do that, it will be a haphazard. I see some managers who start the meeting with 3:05. They don't have an agenda. They start talking about football, talking about movie, and 3:30 only they talk about the subject. By 3:55, they don't know what to do, where to stop. 4 o'clock, someone will knock the door telling that we booked the meeting by 4 o'clock, and all the team will run away. Nobody took agenda, nobody took the action item, the meeting is totally waste. Did anybody face this kind of situation in your company? Where someone knocked the door as you have to go out? Yeah, it happens. It happens. Someone knocked the door and your team will be very happy. Oh my God, meeting over. Let me escape. Right? It happens. So now that's one of the art which you have to learn. These are leadership skills. Anyway, let's move on. So now I want to take to the next stage. Yeah, this is what the model of communication. I think Pauline, you got all the details. I talked about model of communication and monitor communication. By now, I showed three things, right? One is plan communication and manage communication, monitor communication. Communication is very simple. You know the people, organization, you understand from them how they want to be communicated by email, phone call, direct call, deliverables, demo, something usable, we understand them. Technology, method, model of communication, we understood. Communication happening every week, but you get the feedback. Is the communication good or bad? That feedback and the input will happen through something called as work performance data. Did I say work performance data is actuals? I always use the word called actuals here. Actuals, right? So actuals talks about what the team is doing. Are they communicating every week? Are they sending the data to the customer? Are they doing video calls? It's nothing but actual data. The plan is here. The actuals is here. Now I have to see, is that being followed? I'll use some experts in the market. I'll use PMIS, Project Management Information System, nothing but tracking the project details, right? Some of your company will have Outlook as PMIS. Some of your company has an internal tool to follow what all happening in the project. They have a recorded system to follow. I'll talk more about as I go deep inside. For now, understand that we have interpersonal skills, observation skills, keenly observe what the team is doing. What we're doing here is we made a plan, we made the communication, we are watching out, is that happening communication properly. For example, we have a ShriLearning team behind the screen. This team keep a watch, is everybody getting email properly? Is everybody getting the Zoom link properly? Is everybody getting the material properly, right? They want to do this process. They'll be monitoring it as per the plan is it happening. If it's not happening, make a modification accordingly. If the payment is happening, invoice is properly given to them. Are they following with that? This all will go on. It's nothing but setting principles to be followed, right? And if not going well, that becomes a change request. And as I said earlier, if you take the raw data will help you to make some decision. That's what work performance information. I know for some of you things are going above the head. Don't worry. Slowly we'll get to the things. For now, understand that communication is keeping things intact, keeping all your people engaged, organization engaged, your team engaged, right? Whenever I say stakeholder, it involves sponsors, end users, customers, your team members, your senior officials, or a third party, all involved. But depending on the time, depending on the importance, there'll be important, low important, you'll watch out that factor. But all these people should have been communicated regularly. You have to keep a watch, what's happening, what's happening, what's happening. You have to keep updated, right? That's very vital for the project. And I'll quickly see someone is asking something here. Yep, that's good. So now I'll tell you, if there is a birthday party planned for a son or a daughter, now what you do, you identify the list of stakeholders who all can involve. Can be relatives, friends, the hotel where you booked the place, a magician you invited, a musician you invited. For valet parking, you got some people, and who else you want? Some of your son or daughter's school friends, right? These are stakeholders. Now you have to communicate them regularly until the birthday party. You have to keep them involved. You have to invite them. Hey, tomorrow evening it's happening 5 o'clock. Just a reminder for you, right? Hey, can I know only you are coming, or you are coming with all your family members, just to get a head count for the food supply, right? So we do this small things. We do that. These are the communication things. And the people came for the party on that evening. You know that the cake cutting should happen by 5 o'clock, but unfortunately, the delay is going to happen. Cake is not arrived, so it can be 6 o'clock. So I engage the people and I announce them, guys, you know what? It's slightly delay in cake. Why don't you take a sip of drink and let's listen to the music, right? You keep people engaged, involved. We do that. Unintentionally, we do those things, or sometimes without our knowledge, we'll do it. But this is nothing but part of communication. You keep people involved, keep them informed what's happening. And that's the goal of the project, right? Don't think this all happened by documents, process. No, it's on the feel of the project. But if it's a big, massive project, we need some documentations, because it won't be one project manager. In a dam construction, you will have 150 project managers. You will have 10,000, 12,000 people working. You cannot go just by remembering something in mind, right? You should have some document process to be followed, right? That's very vital. Cool. I'm touching the time, more than 5 minutes. So what I do is I'll go to the question area to see the communication plan. Okay, I have to go back and show you. Sorry. Here it is. So we have 3 things in communication: plan communication management, manage communication, monitor communication. As we know the stakeholders, we have a stakeholder register with us, list of people, names, and organization. These people can be part of your project. Some may be important, some may be unimportant at this point of time. Underline the word at this point of time. Later, they can become important. Now, we have to talk to them and understand what kind of communication you want. You want a verbal communication, written communication, phone communication, personal things, and deliverables you understand from them. And also, your company will have some policy. This is how you have to communicate. I worked in some of the Fortune company where the rules were very strict when I joined some 10 years back. Later, they changed it. But they were very sure that we should not pass any attachment in the email. We should not do anything video conference to anybody outside of the company. The rules are there. You have to watch out that also. You cannot blindly accept whatever your customer says. You should know what your company says. That's EEF, enterprise environmental factors. You put that, you put this, you blend it, that will become a communication plan, right? And you start following it. But don't think that every day the customer will be happy. There can be some unhappy customer. They don't know, guys, I'm not getting what you're saying. It's so crappy things you guys explain, I can't get it. So you have to understand it and keep updating yourself, right? That happens. So that's manage communication and monitor communication. In that, you have a method of communication: push mode, pull mode, and interactive mode. Very interesting question will come. And channel of communication, n into n minus 1 by 2. Compulsory one question will come. And model of communication, encode, transmit, the person receives, decode it, right? And again, we have something called barrier, which is nothing but noise. Communication is a small subject. Quickly, we'll go to some question before we wind up for the day. I think I borrowed 15 minutes from you. I'm shooting more than that. Here the questions are. Oh, interesting questions. Read the first question carefully and answer me. Let's have small discussion. Somebody quickly answer. Okay. I'm seeing mixed of answers here. Okay, some correct, some are okay. I'll give the scenario here. Let's understand the question a bit way. I'll show the answer here. A team member has been late to several meetings in team meetings. Okay, and the last 2 deliverables he submitted were not acceptable. They didn't mention not acceptable by whom. Okay, let's stop there. And they're saying that the project manager decides. Now, the project manager decides. This is a very key important point. He no longer can wait. He no longer can wait. So it's talking about an individual, not about the project. Okay, for things to improve and must address the issue with the team member. What is the best form? These all are correct. Whenever they use the best, all are correct. Only one is perfectly best one. For addressing this problem, from the project manager perspective, what is the best way to handle this? I'll tell you once what happened is there was one guy in the team who was doing really good job for some time. And suddenly his performance started dropping down. So we thought of putting into performance improvement program. They called us PEP, performance improvement program. Before the name want to go there, I thought of having a discussion with him. What I did is I took him for a tea and I was talking to him. Hey, I know you do a good job for the last 2-3 years. Suddenly it started dropping. What happened to you? Anything going bad? He did not reply immediately. He said that no, I'm all good. If you want to fire me, you can fire me. That was the answer. I was shocked. I left for 2-3 days. Again, I met him at the lunchtime and I asked him, I know that things are going good. You tell me if I can help you something. Then he broke. He started crying out and he said that my father is affected with the cancer. I cannot focus on work, what I'm doing. I want to quit job and to go away. Then I understood the problem. Then I recommended to the senior management and said that, why don't you give him 2 to 3 months of work from home? I'll let him take work from home and let him recover and come back. Then we'll think about it. We gave him work from home a month. Unfortunately, his father expired within 4-5 weeks of time. After 2 weeks, he took a break and he came back to the work. I know it's an unfortunate event. After 4-5 months or 6 months, his performance improved drastically and he was recommended for the promotion to the manager level. Okay, why I gave this story which happened some years back is, I feel that on that time, if I have written some formal email to put him in a PEP or something, the next day he would have resigned and gone out of the company. We may have lost a resource. Sometimes when we talk to the resource in an informal discussion, there is a chance we come to know something which is not good there happening. But I'm not saying every meeting should go informal way. If there is something not good, definitely you have to involve your HR management team in the discussion. That become a formal meeting. But generally, to start with, it's good to go with informal verbal communication, because here the question says the project manager decides he no longer can wait. This person, it means they have not communicated earlier about this problem. It's the first time a manager is trying to connect regarding this issue. So I feel that informal verbal communication could be the best choice. I'm not given a big story here. Some of you may agree with me. Yeah, okay. Okay, leadership quality. No. Okay. Jagdish is not agreeing. Okay, Jagdish, I know it's a bit hard if you are not come across this situation in your life. But again, it is not good to go with immediate formal communication, depending on the situation. In this situation, the project manager decides he no longer can wait. It means that there's no communication happened earlier. There is no statement telling that. There are multiple reminders happen. In spite of that, the person is not happening well. So that can go for the formal communication, the second stage. Second stage can happen, but the first stage, it can go for the informal verbal communication. Yeah, they say deliverable not acceptable. They didn't say that the communication happened, right? There's a difference between that. Deliverables not acceptable. So that's different. We have to see the meaning of the English terms here. I know it's a little tricky question, but sometimes we have to look at the leadership factors also. I'm not saying it's an easy question. I know it's a tough question. Yeah, that's a tough thing, Ramesh. Yeah, it's a problem. But again, sometimes people are very important than a process. That's very important. But again, as a manager, we have to balance it out. How to balance the time, it's up to us. We have to do it. I'm not saying every case is good. Sometimes you go and take the people and talk to the room. Let's say there is a resource I'm taking to talking to the room. The people say the resource complains to HR telling that this guy is harassing me. He's calling to the room and telling that I'm not performing well. He's asking personal questions. It's an harassment. There can be complaint on you. You have to come back out of the room quickly or write an email HR department. We had a meeting informal way like this. Doesn't go well. I expect to happen another formal meeting with this guy. We can discuss about it. Can turn other side also. We don't know, right? Yeah. Perfect. Project manager decides he no longer can wait. It referred to PM faced problems several times before, right? Yeah, but manager faced the problem, Jagdishwaran, but did he communicate with the resource? I don't think that's being mentioned here. Yep. Okay, let's move. This is one of the thought for you. Don't get stuck here with this question. It's one of the thought for you. Exam question can come this way. Let's go to the second question. Extensive use of keyword here is extensive. Tell me what can be the answer. Extensive use of communication is most likely to aid in solving complex problem. Look at the keyword. There are two keywords here. One is extensive. Other one is complex. When it's extensive, complex, which one will you use? Let me see the answers here. That's right. Abhiram, that's right. Ramesh, that's right. It should be formal written communication. Complex problems means it can be legal problems. It can be some of the problems which you cannot solve on your own. It needs multiple authority, right? If that's the case, you have to go formal written, right? And also extensive. Extensive means multiple levels. You're going to use it. Project charter, SOW, legal documents, procurement documents. These all called extensive use of formal written communication. Written, right? Always written communication is very important. Nobody go land agreement document as a formal verbal. You will go with only written because it's going to be extensively used and it should be complex, right? That's how it is. Pradeep, the answer should go C if you're looking for a second question. Okay. Okay, let me move to the next one before we say bye for the day. See, maybe you can read the justification here. I'm giving you a few seconds to read the justification. Formal written communication allows your words to be documented and ensures that they will go to everyone in the same form, right? You understand that? Same form. If you're given a verbal, each one understands a different term. But when you write it, people get in the right form what they want. That's one of the meaning. It is best to start the discussion informally. You understand this? Best to start. Then slowly it will go to the next stages. But best to start in that form. I know it's a little tough question there. Okay, last three questions before you wind up for the day. Now you should have a paper pencil with you and you have a formula with you. Please work out the first question. Read the English sentence carefully before answering. Thanks, Pradeep. Everybody, please work out. In exam, they will give a system calculator. There will be a calculator in the bottom. You can click by the mouse and start working out. You cannot carry the calculator inside the exam hall. It's a simple calculation. Okay, if somebody forgot the formula, it's my responsibility to tell you the formula. That's it. Okay, the formula should go n into n minus 1 divided by 2. Okay, can someone tell me what is the n value? And let me see the answers coming up there. Abhiram 7. No, Abhiram, that's not the answer. No, I'm not seeing the right answers coming up. No. Oh, n is coming up. Okay, Jagdish is saying it. Okay, let's read the question. I think I would explain it here. Communication is key to the success of a project. As a project manager, you had 3 stakeholders. Now, what is the n value here? N is 3 stakeholders with whom you need to communicate. Therefore, you had 6 channels of communication. Let's go by that. If they say, what they're saying here, they say, as a project manager, you had 3. So it is 4. 4 into 3 divided by 2. So what's the answer? It becomes 6. 6 channels of communication. That's what it is. A new stakeholder has been added. So n will become, earlier n was 4. Now the n will become 5. If it becomes 5, 5 into 4 divided by 2. What's the answer? It will become 10. Are you with me? Do everybody got the answers what I'm saying? Check this one. Why you're not getting it? No. Abhiram, no. Abhiram, no. So look at here. As the project manager, you had 3. It means project manager plus 3. Right? I'll repeat again. As the project manager, you had 3. Right? Yeah, it's a project manager stakeholder. Yeah, guys. As a project manager, you had 3. So I'll tell you in exam, these guys will twist you with such kind of English words. Sometimes I'll say that along with you 3 stakeholders. Project manager is a stakeholder. I'm telling that everybody is a stakeholder. So Pradeep, the answer should go B. I'm talking about this answer B, right? Okay. If people have not got it, I'll repeat again. I know it's very simple, but answer will come. I know I'm shooting top of the time, but again, I have to take this to tell you, I don't want you to miss the answer. So if as a project manager, you had 3 stakeholders, it means n equal to 4. N equal to 4 means 4 into 3 divided by 2 becomes 6. So the question says that as a project manager, you had 3 stakeholders, with whom you need to communicate. Therefore, you had 6 channels. That's the first statement. Now they're saying a new means one more got added, has been added. So n becomes 5. When n becomes 5, 5 into 4 divided by 2, it becomes 10. So the answer is 10 as a B as a communication. Hope you all got it. Jagdish, Abhiram, Pauline, everybody got it? I don't want anybody to miss this question because you will get it in exam. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks for the response. By the way, in exam, they will twist the question like this now. They will tell that along with you, they will tell 3 people. When they say along with you, you don't need to do this kind of addition. When they say you as a manager had 3 people, you have to. This is purely English game. Okay. If you are brought up with English as a native language, it's going to be easy, straightforward. If you are having different language, it's slightly tough. I'm not saying it's easy, it's slightly tough. That's how it is. Okay. Anyway, sometimes English plays a role in exam. I agree on that. Okay. 2 more questions before the day wind up. Second question. I think this time I won't tell anything. Tell me the keywords in the question before you go to the answer. I want you to tell me the keywords. Let's see how much you observed. In addition to the words being spoken, if the primary wants to know what is going on, she should pay most of it. Okay, again. Okay, let me keep quiet. You tell the answer. Fantastic. No, because wait. First keywords, no answers. First keywords. Tell me the keywords in this question. Okay, cool. People are going up here. See, two people are arguing something not good. And in addition to the words being spoken, right? Words are only important thing. In addition to that, what she should pay attention. So if that's the case, in addition to words, you have to look at the pitch and tone of their voice along with their gestures, because pitch and tone are the other things apart from the words, and also they're arguing something's not going good. Yep. Arguing to complete work package. Amazing, great. Now you all got the answers. The answers will go with the D because there is something not going good. You can ask me why not A. What is being said? Okay, that is there, but they're saying in addition to the words. What is being said, who is saying it, and time and delay. But this will not suit here because in addition to the words, they're asking something more. Physical mannerism and when during the schedule the discussion is taking place. I don't think it's much important now. More important part is talking about pitch and tone. That's what they're trying to say. In communication, you have to give more importance to that. Yeah, physical mannerism and when during the schedule this is happening. The question is asking addition to words what you have to tell, right? And as a manager, want to know she should pay most attention. I don't know to do when it's happening. Rather, I'll be focusing on the tone and voice of it, right? I think that's very important than the when it's happening. It's a morning or evening or yesterday, right? That's how it is. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to the question 3. This time also you look out, tell me the keywords in the question. This is the last question for the day before you say goodbye. Okay, so look at the keyword in the question. Let me know the keywords. Very important, that's right. Team in 4 countries. Okay, what type of communication? Countries, PM is concerned. Amazing, good. Everybody got the keywords there. Happy to see the keywords coming up. Now they're saying that problem 4 countries. It's very important. So people are from different country, different culture, different political reasons going to be there. Very important to the company, right? And the manager is more concerned. You're keeping all this point. What you will go? You will go with formal written communication, isn't it? Is the answer good now as you start seeing the keywords? Abhiram, why you go with C? It shouldn't be. It should be B, right? Formal written communication, because you have 4 countries involving. You have very concerns. You have to focus on the project. I don't want to go with the verbal. I'll go with the written. 4 countries, right? You know, a lot of political drama, political stuff. Very important things will happen, right? So that's very important. Good. So that makes to come the last question for the day. I know I should have 20 minutes extra. Sorry about it. I think next batch on next session shouldn't happen this way, because the first 2 sessions goes like this, little high. Now, what all we did today? We did something on learning some factors about stakeholder management. We learned stakeholder management. We learned communication management. I think first 1 hour I spent you setting the ground of showing how the charter, how the SOW, charter, flow of it, work happens, deliverables, quality check, validate scope, and go out of the project. I was showing the full flow for you, right? And I was giving heads up of what happened last week. Then I expanded stakeholder management with more interesting understanding about identifying them, planning them, managing them, and monitoring them. We saw some of the videos to get the connection of how the quadrant gets happen, power, interest, those things, right? We also understood unaware, aware, the assessment matrix we understood. We got the grip of how to get the people inside, how to know all the stakeholders. After which we watched some of the project videos, then we went to communication management. In communication, we understood that the people who got on the list, you have to talk to them, understand what mode of communication they expect, and start preparing a list out of it. And then we have to follow it. Sometimes it'll go good, sometimes it'll go bad. We start updating accordingly. We watch out some of the PMP questions, how a question will be, what are the keywords, how to look into it. Some were able to catch up, some little time is needed, right? That's how it happened. I think we saw some at least 3 or 4 videos today to get a grip of the subject, right? So this is what happening in the day 2. In day 2, we have completed up to communication management. So next week, we'll start with the scope management and little on schedule management, because scope is a little bigger subject. That's how it's going to be. Here on, it will be a little bit on time. It will be perfect because first 2 weeks is a little tough, slowly get better. And tomorrow morning, I will be giving you assignments and certain things to write. Let's start following it. People newly joined in, I will give a common assignments to everyone. Let's start doing that. If anybody has any query, you can reach out in the WhatsApp. I'll try to help you. You can even mail me, try to connect with you. Sometimes there'll be a delay in the response, but you will get the answers perfectly, right? So those who couldn't join the video today, classes today, please listen to this video and get back on any feedback you want, right? I believe session went well. You got some information, and once again, sorry for getting delayed today. But still, I believe you got some knowledge. Okay, Vikas says all the answers seems confusing. Yes, Vikas, you have to read a lot. If it happens overnight, then everybody will become PMP qualified, right? There's a lot to learn, a lot way to go. Yes, but I'll help you, Vikas. That's the reason you are with me. I'm going to help you on that. Good. Thanks all for joining, and have a good weekend. Enjoy the Saturday, Sunday. Look at good projects around you and learn a lot of stuff. People staying in the late at night, thanks for staying up. Go ahead, catch up good sleep. Don't have too much of PMP dream sleep. Sleep well, catch up in the morning. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Ramesh. Thanks, Vikas. Yep. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Giri. Thanks, Pradeep. Hey, thanks, Vikas. Tejas. Thanks, Pauline. Happy to know that you enjoyed the session. Please listen to the previous session also, Pauline. I know it's the second day for you. Yep, we'll catch up on the next week. Thank you. Thank you. Don't hesitate, any question, put in the WhatsApp. We'll try to answer you. Thanks, guys.